Chapter 1. Qingzhou Academy was a sacred place in the city of Qingzhou. Over half of the strongest individuals from the wealthiest families and most prominent clans had attended this academy. Thus, citizens of Qingzhou took pride in being able to develop themselves there. If the opportunity presented itself for one to attend the academy, they would undoubtedly study with the utmost diligence. However, it seemed that not everyone felt this way. In a classroom in the academy, there was a young man fast asleep at his desk. Lecturing at the front of the room was a young woman, clothed in a long teal dress. She took notice of this. A wave of anger flashed across her face as she made her way towards the young man, who was in a deep slumber. Qin Yi was 17, and an official disciple of the academy, as well as a lecturer for outer sect disciples. She was blessed with a beautiful face and an alluring body. In the classroom, all eyes followed Qin Yi as she moved. Even when she was mad, every move she made was elegant. This guy again. I can't believe he fell asleep during senior sister Qin's lecture again. It seemed as if the rest of the class had not noticed their sleeping classmate Yu, until that point. Many of them did not know what to say. It was obviously not their first time witnessing this. Senior sister Qin is serious eye candy. I don't know how that guy could have fallen asleep, whispered a fellow classmate. Among all the lecturers, Qin Yi was without a doubt the most popular. The reason as to why was evident as soon as one laid eyes on her. She was considered a goddess by many. Her lectures were always made to a packed classroom. Falling asleep in Qin Yi's classroom was seemingly impossible. Qin Yi's steps were light. She arrived at the young man's side without making a sound. Standing in front of the desk as she eyed his face in deep slumber, her beautiful face frosted over. "Yi Futian," a soft voice said. The voice was not Qin Yi's, however, it had come from behind Yi Futian. As if he had heard his name called, Yi Futian's body moved slightly. With his hands holding up his head, he slowly opened his eyes. Through his blurry vision he was able to make out two round peaks. "So big," Yi Futian muttered unconsciously. His voice was very soft, and he had only murmured to himself, in a quiet environment like this. However, his unexpected comment was heard loud and clear by the entire class. In an instant, everyone froze, then immediately grew angry again. "I can't believe it. How can he be so openly disrespectful to senior sister Qin? This shameless bastard." Everyone's gaze was fixed on Yi Futian, piercing him as sharp swords would, which caused him to shiver. He could feel that something was wrong. He shifted his gaze upward and away from the glorious view in front of him. His eyes landed on a face as exquisite as jade, but also filled with anger. "Ah!" Yi Futian was dumbfounded. It was Qin Yi. Had it not been Qingxua calling him? Turning around, he saw the glaring eyes of a seemingly innocent 15-year-old girl. Yi Futian took a glance at the young girl and immediately cursed under his breath. He had been played, no wonder the cup size had been wrong. "Senior sister Qin, Yi Futian attempted to explain. "Yi Futian," Qin Yi coldly interrupted him. She asked, "What is the history behind the establishment of Qingzhou Academy?" It was obvious Qin Yi wanted to avoid the awkwardness by changing the subject, but Yi Futian could clearly feel her anger radiating towards him. He could even feel the will of sword flowing through her body. It was as sharp as a knife, cutting into every inch of his body. 300 years ago, the Great East Phoenix united the divine prefectures of the East and commanded all dukes to establish martial arts academies in order to promote martial arts. This was the reason behind the establishment of Qingzhou Academy, Yi Futian answered. Of course, what he had said had come straight out of the history books. In the unofficial history books of his clan, another name was connected to this event. However, this tabooed name must not be brought up. What types of occupations are involved with development? Qin Yi continued her questioning. Development can be divided into martial arts and the art of divination, Yi Futian replied. Development in martial arts is associated with occupations such as warriors, knights, swordsman, and so on. Development in the art of divination involves occupations such as mages, alchemists, armorers, and so on. Mages can also be divided into subcategories. Of course, there are also people who are naturally gifted and choose to work on both arts. It seems like you missed one type of occupation, Qin Yi stated solemnly. I couldn't have possibly missed anything, the young man said with a radiant look on his face. The divine prefecture acknowledges mandate sorcerers as the most powerful occupation of all, as they possess a gift from the heavens. Most of those who possess rare gifts are mandate sorcerers, conjurers, beastmasters, and astrologers, for example. No matter which art form they decide to pursue, they are able to surpass all others. Everyone in the classroom was focused on Yi Futian's words. Being a mandate sorcerer is a legendary occupation. They operate on the will of the heavens and are blessed by the heavens as well. Not only that, but even the most ordinary mandate sorcerers possess an innate capability for both martial arts and divination arts. Qin Yi glanced at the young man in front of her, impressed. However, she was still angry. She said, I didn't expect you to know so much about this. Well, of course, said Yi Futian as he looked at Qin Yi. I am a mandate sorcerer. Pfft. Not far away, a young man began choking on his water, and was now coughing up a storm. Many pairs of eyes looked at Yi Futian as if he were crazy. Everyone began to think that it was possible to be that shameless. Yi Futian was a legendary character at school, and his notoriety was well-deserved. Not only had he disrespected senior sister Qin in public, but he was now falsely claiming to be a mandate sorcerer. Could it be that he was doing this to attract the attention of senior sister Qin? Who did he think he was? In his 3 years developing at the academy, he had been stuck on the collection plane of the first level of development, awakening. His body was weak. It was clear that he had yet to reach the enhancement plane. How could this loser claim to be a mandate sorcerer? How could he be so blatantly shameless? Qin Yi's chest puffed out again. It was truly a magnificent sight. She looked at Yi Futian angrily. Since you're a mandate sorcerer, you must have spirit in your life palace. Set the spirit of your life palace free and prove your words to be true. My life spirit is still in a deep slumber, it cannot be summoned. It is also the reason why I fell asleep in class, Yi Futian answered calmly. Yi Futian. Qin Yi called out abruptly. Her beautiful eyes pierced into those of the young man facing her. 3 years ago, you arrived at the academy as a 12-year-old boy. Back then, I observed the entrance talent inspection as an outer sect disciple. Your ability to perceive spiritual qi was at the highest level, shocking the academy. Despite the care of many instructors, you have not made any improvements in surpassing the first level of awakening for the past 3 years. Having spent your days lazing around, not paying attention during class, have you developed at all? And now you even dare to falsely claim to be a mandate sorcerer, going as far as using it as an excuse for sleeping in class. In these 3 years, whether it be the spring quarter examinations or the fall quarter examinations, you always drop out of testing, automatically making you last in ranking throughout the entire academy. Yi Futian, do you really not feel ashamed? Following Qin Yi's enraged outburst was a silent classroom. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone watched Qin Yi as she fumed. It seemed to be the first time any of them had seen her like this. Yi Futian was frozen in shock as well. His dark, black eyes stared at the delicate face in front of him, which was now red with anger. Has it already been 3 years? He thought to himself. Unknowingly, 3 years had passed, but the commotion in his life palace was still the same, unchanging. He was also a bit surprised because senior sister Qin, a goddess to many, was usually an ice beauty. However, it appeared that she had been keeping tabs on him, and doing so since the entrance talent inspections at that. The room was filled with a dead silence. Qin Yi carefully looked over the young man before her eyes. He had a handsome face with sharp features, with eyes as clear and deep as the night sky. At the young age of 15, his only shortcoming was his thin frame. In a few years, he would definitely grow to become an attractive man. Qin Yi silently questioned herself, was her tone too harsh? She noticed the slight sadness in Yi Futian's eyes. Her anger dissipated slightly. There is still 1 month before this year's fall quarter examinations. If you fail or give up again, no one will be able to save you from being expelled. The academy is not going to let you stay, do you understand that? Qin Yi continued. The class watched. It seemed that the academy had reached its limits with this guy. Was he finally going to be expelled? If it did happen, it would be one for the history books. After all, it was not easy to get expelled from Qingzhou Academy. If he goes, I go. From the back of the room, someone spoke up rather indifferently. Many looked over to the young man, who was sitting in a corner. There were looks of envy, jealousy, worship, and worry as well. The academy has already decided that Yu Xing doesn't have to participate in next year's spring quarter examinations, Qin Yi said. He can choose to develop at the academy battle house, with the Society of Knights, or in any of the divination schools. His future can't be tied to you. You will only hold him back. Qin Yi looked at Yi Futian and sighed. Yu Sheng and he were destined to head in 2 separate directions. Hold him back. The corners of Yi Futian's mouth curled into a soft smile, revealing a hint of cynicism. Shut up, Yu Sheng said from the back of the room. He stood up, his eyes shooting daggers at Qin Yi. Sit down, Yi Futian said lightly, not turning to look at Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng's gaze dulled as he looked at the silhouette in front of him. He then took his seat quietly, as if Yi Futian's words were absolute orders to him. I've decided. Yi Futian had a frivolous smile on his face. He continued as he looked at Qin Yi, I am officially participating in this year's fall quarter examinations. In the back, Yu Sheng's eyes sparkled. After 3 years, was he finally going to take things seriously? Over his 3 years of development at Qingzhou Academy, everyone knew of Yu Sheng's exceptional talent. His ability to perceive the element of metal was of the highest level. He was also highly gifted in martial arts. He could continue developing in either of the arts. Even though he was an outer sect disciple, his plane was higher than many lecturers at the academy. But even so, who could really understand Yi Futian? Your body is frail, plus you're still stuck in the first plane of awakening, the collection plane. Even if you were to participate in the fall quarter examinations, how do you expect to pass? Qin Yi eyed Yi Futian, inwardly releasing a deep sigh. Even if you were to start working hard now, it might already be too late. And what if I pass? It seemed that Yi Futian did not have a clear understanding of his own abilities. His voice was filled with confidence. If you pass, then you are free to do as you please in the classroom, replied Qin Yi. A peculiar light flashed in his eyes as he took in the captivating figure standing in front of him. His eyes unconsciously made their way to a place where he should not have been looking. He asked weakly, is it really okay for me to do anything I want? This guy, what does he mean by that? Many wondered as they stared at Yi Futian. You shameless asshole, where do you think you're looking? The other students had finally realized what his eyes were trained on. Oh, how they all wanted to hit him. How could he still be saying such disrespectful things to senior sister Qin? Naturally, Qin Yi was aware of Yi Futian's gaze as well. The little pity she had for him died in an instant. Her beautiful eyes glared at Yi Futian with rage once again. She bit her lip and answered his question, whatever you want. Chapter 2, Qin Yi stared at Yi Futian fiercely. Seeing the smile on his face, she was reminded of what had happened 3 years ago at the Academy Entry Talent Inspection. Yi Futian had only been 12 years old at the time. In front of all the masters at the academy, his smile still remained natural and proud, completely different from the nervousness of the other youngsters. Qin Yi stared at Yi Futian fiercely. Seeing the smile on his face, she was reminded of what had happened 3 years ago at the Academy Entry Talent Inspection. Yi Futian had only been 12 years old at the time. In front of all the masters at the academy, his smile still remained natural and proud, completely different from the nervousness of the other youngsters. The test had finally determined his talent to be of the highest level, which meant that his perception of spirit and chi was great. This made him a natural at martial arts. Now that 3 years had passed, his perception had not changed, unfortunately, nor had his plane. He had remained casual, lazy, and frequently absent from classes. However, his eyes were still bright and clear. "What if you can't?" Qin Yi asked. "It's your call," Yi Futian said. "Please, do not put Mr. Yu Sheng's future in jeopardy." Qin Yi looked up at the resolute boy sitting behind Yi Futian. Yu Sheng's metal element perception was of the highest level. He was already in the 8th awakened plane, the metamorph plane, and was even stronger than Qin Yi, who was at the 7th awakened plane, the mystery. His future should not be tampered with. "Sure," Yi Futian promised. But was this possible? Qin Yi walked back to the podium. Her beautiful eyes looked around at all the students, then she said, "There is only 1 month before the fall quarter examination. Please use this time wisely. If you wait until next spring, another batch of new students will join and compete. Especially you, Ling Xiao. You are on the 6th awakened plane, the invincible, and Feng Qingxue, you have stayed on the 5th awakened plane, the juggernaut, for too long. I want you guys to make progress on the spring quarter examination next year." The first level of development was awakening, which was then divided into 9 planes: collection, enhancement, venation, adamance, juggernaut, invincible, mystery, metamorphosis, and unmaker. To become an official student in Qingzhou Academy, one had to reach the 7th awakened plane, the mystery, before the age of 18, and perform accordingly in the spring quarter examination. "I will, Miss Qin," Ling Xiao nodded. Feng Qingxue made a fist, feeling more determined to reach his goal. "You are dismissed," Qin Yi murmured. She then began to walk outside, her graceful figure followed by the eyes of the boys in the room. Finally, after the figure was gone, they all viciously looked at Yi Futian, the bastard who, in their eyes, had just been disrespectful toward their goddess. "Yi Futian, turn around," a cold voice said in Yi Futian's ears, attracting a lot of looks. It was Feng Qingxue, who was seated behind Yi Futian. Even at just 15 years old, she was already a beauty, with delicate eyes and exquisite facial features. Her body was full of youthfulness, endowing her with a sense of purity and attractiveness. When she stood up, her legs appeared slim and graceful. "How could you do this?" Feng Qingxue stared at Yi Futian with anger. Yi Futian suddenly realized what had happened and laughed. "You are jealous, aren't you?" Feng Qingxue suddenly froze, speechless. A little while later, she continued, "How will you explain this to your father?" "Explain what?" Yi Futian blinked, then remembered his father having spoken about Feng Qingxue and how she would be a good mother because of her childbearing hips. He couldn't take his eyes off of her curves. "Stop thinking of weird stuff. We are still young, it's not time to be talking about having kids yet." Yi Futian's words suddenly brought silence upon the class. The other boys felt nothing but anger. They believed this bastard was shameless. Just minutes ago he had been flirting with Miss Qin Yi, and now he was talking dirty to Feng Qingxue, who was so gorgeous and young. What was wrong with this guy? Feng Qingxue completely froze. She suddenly remembered that Yi Futian's dad had made an inappropriate joke to her dad about her and Yi Futian having kids together. She blushed badly, thinking this shameless bastard was intentionally making fun of her. "I meant if you were to be expelled from the academy after the fall quarter examination. How would you explain that to your dad?" Feng Qingxue was breathing hard. Her chest heaved. She was confused about what Yi Futian was even thinking about. Apparently she did not believe Yi Futian would pass the fall quarter examination with only the first awakened plane. "I will pass," Yi Futian said as he looked at her, shaking his head a bit. "Come on, you have been stuck on the first awakened plane for 3 years, yet you are still confident?" "Seriously, Yi Futian, Please spell the word shame for me, another cold voice said from behind him. People looked back and saw that it was Ling Xiao, the boy sitting behind Feng Qingxue. Ling Xiao had already reached the sixth awakened plane, the invincible. He was such a talented wind element mage that he was considered extraordinary in the 15-year-old class of Qingzhou Academy. He would hopefully become an official cultivator after passing the spring quarter examination next year. While he was speaking, he did not look at Yi Futian for even a moment. His eyes were drawn to Feng Qingxue. He continued, Yi Futian, you are the worst in this class, yet you are talking nonsense to a talented girl like Feng Qingxue. You are obviously getting your confidence from nowhere. No wonder people say, he who knows not, fears not. Ling Xiao was actually speaking on behalf of the rest of the class, who were now looking at Yi Futian. They believed that he was definitely the most shameless in the class. Yu Shen walked beside Yi Futian without any attention. His mere existence gave him an aura of power, which suddenly demanded the respect of the others' eyes. Brother Yu, Feng Qingxue mumbled. Hi, Yu Shen casually nodded, his eyes locked onto Ling Xiao. He was giving him such a powerful look. He who knows not, fears not. Yi Futian did not seem agitated by Ling Xiao's words. In fact, he had heard so many insults over these last 3 years that it was no longer a big deal. It was common for people to insult others in an effort to make themselves look superior, especially when someone beautiful was present. You think you are the doctor, don't you? Yi Futian said. For development? That's not even a question, especially compared to you, loser. Ling Xiao was confident because Yi Futian had been stuck on the first awakened plane for so long, and he was always absent from class. Okay, then tell me how a warrior could beat a double-element fire/metal mage? Yi Futian suddenly asked. Ling Xiao hesitated for a second, then answered sarcastically, are you kidding me? Even a single-element mage would easily defeat a warrior unless the mage were such an idiot that he let the warrior get into melee range. In a one-on-one battle this would be the only way, let alone a double-element mage. The spells of a mage could attack a warrior from a far distance, which could cause a clear advantage for the mage over the warrior in battle. You idiot. A warrior wins when he is on a higher level plane, Yi Futian said satirically. Ling Xiao looked gloomy. People looked at Yi Futian and wondered how shameless he really was to have asked such a question. You raised a question about battle between different classes without telling me they were on different planes. Is this question even meaningful at all? Ling Xiao fired back. Same plane, huh? What if the warrior had increased strength and enhanced agility? Yi Futian asked again. People suddenly realized that he was making some sense. A warrior that had increased strength would be good at blitzing. With enhanced agility, the warrior would be able to get in close range quickly. Come on, you are talking about a double-element fire/metal mage. He would have a fire shield spell and enhanced armor from metal element spells. Even in close-range combat, there is no chance the mage loses, Ling Xiao sneered. Then what if this warrior knew rampage cleavage? This is a specialized armor-breaking technique. With the power from strength concentration, metal element armor would be nothing more than a piece of paper, Yi Futian continued, as for the attack from the mage, you know it is nothing. Ling Xiao became gloomier. In fact, a strength concentration warrior with enhanced agility would surely evade the attacks of a mage. Yi Futian was making a good point. This conversation is nothing but strategy on paper. Just stop it. Ling Xiao was reluctant to admit his loss in the debate. Right, how could a mage ever lose to a warrior? Someone followed. You are just repeating what you know from books, pretending you know everything and that everyone else is ignorant. Okay, then answer this simple one, how do people differ in development over the first awakened plane, the collection? Yi Futian kept asking. A cultivator feels the spiritual qi from the universe and collects them in this plane. A mage possesses better perception over the qi of a certain element, thus more pure power is gained from the collection. Therefore, if we are talking about collection of a certain qi element, there is a major difference. However, for general development, there would be little difference. For mage collection, each mage definitely differs in their respective collection plane because of their different elements, Ling Xiao answered slowly, confident that he was including every possibility. Idiot. Yi Futian glanced at Ling Xiao with scorn, then turned his back and walked away. What do you mean? Ling Xiao said, frowning at Yi Futian's back. Pretending to have the last word by walking away when you can't answer? You loser. Yi Futian is a douche, people murmured. Suddenly, a piercing glow burst out from Yi Futian's back. It was a cloud of qi, spreading all around him like a brilliant rainbow. The students dropped their jaws in amazement, completely shocked. Yi Futian was trying to make a statement. Even people in the collection plane could be different, some could be superior, like he was. Ling Xiao seemed upset about this scene. The glow from Yi Futian was so brilliant that he could not believe he was only on the first awakened plane, the collection. Could it be true? Yuxing followed Yi Futian and they left. After they had disappeared, the class was still blown away by what they had just seen. I gotta admit, this douche is unique in the collection plane. So what? He has been stuck on this plane for 3 years, of course there is going to be a difference. If we ever got trapped on the first plane we would be the same. That's right. He has been stuck for 3 years already. How the hell does he have the nerve to be so arrogant? And how dare he talk dirty to Miss Qin and Feng Qingxue like that? Damn this scumbag. Ling Xiao, take it easy. No matter how much he talks, you would beat him in an instant if he ever dared to challenge you, someone told Ling Xiao. Others mumbled in agreement. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while, then felt confident again. The others were right, a low-level cultivator like Yi Futian was not going to confuse him. Feng Qingxue, that boy is a prodigy. I know you have known each other since you were very young, but still. Stay away from him, Murong Qing said. She was Feng Qingxue's friend, and was trying to persuade Feng Qingxue to stay away from Yi Futian. She had always looked down on Yi Futian, mostly because she believed Yi Futian was always showing off when he had no actual ability at all. He is out of line, isn't he? Feng Qingxue also seemed mad. Murong Qing noticed that Feng Qingxue seemed distracted. She began speaking seriously. Wake up, girl. You are going to be an official cultivator soon. It's time for you to seriously think about your future. Even being around him will ruin your reputation, but you don't seem to care about this at all. Can you imagine what people will think of you in the future? Is it even worth it for a guy like him? Feng Qingxue frowned. She was speechless. She had not thought that far ahead yet. Time to grow up. Stay away from him, forever, Murong Qing said. Chapter 3. At Qingzhou Academy, with Mount Tianyao as its background, occupied quite a bit of land. Even an outer sect disciple would be able to have a personal residence on campus. At Qingzhou Academy, with Mount Tianyao as its background, occupied quite a bit of land. Even an outer sect disciple would be able to have a personal residence on campus. Yi Futian returned to where the residences of the outer sect disciples were located. With Yuxing trailing quietly behind him, Yi Futian walked into his own residence. Yuxing, I want to give up, he said slowly as he stopped in his tracks. Even if the mandate has yet to awaken, you're still incredibly gifted. Yuxing looked at the youth in front of him. When Yi Futian had identified himself as a mandate sorcerer, everyone had laughed at him, but only Yuxing knew that it was no laughing matter. Yi Futian was indeed a mandate sorcerer. I know that. It's just that I've worked so hard. Yi Futian smiled bitterly. It's been 3 years. If this goes on I really will get left behind by you. It looks like I'll have to work harder. Come on, let's go train. Yi Futian turned to look at the young man behind him. Yuxing was a head taller than him, with a frame larger than most. He naturally had a strong aura about him. The two walked into the designated development area inside the residence. Yi Futian sat down cross-legged, instantly closing his eyes. A bright airflow surrounded him. The spiritual qi in the small area he occupied was going crazy, and began rushing towards Yi Futian. Yu Sheng watched all of this from behind without a word. At that moment, Yi Futian was like a formidable vortex, engulfing all the spiritual qi. If the others were to witness this scene, they would be rendered speechless out of fear. The frightful flow of air drifted through his body, his inner mind its destination. This was the location of his life palace. Possessing a spirit in your life palace, also known as the life spirit, was an attribute of a mandate sorcerer. Currently, in Yi Futian's life palace, there was a large ancient tree thick with jade-green leaves. However, the land around the tree was barren. As the spiritual qi drifted into the life palace, the tree greedily absorbed it all. The crisp green leaves rustled, moving without the help of wind. An apparition appeared under the tree. It was Yi Futian. He looked at the magnificent tree in front of him and said quietly, 3 years of absorbing spiritual qi, yet it hasn't made any difference. You only know how to take. If you're going to be like this, then I'm no longer going to transfer any of the spiritual qi I absorbed to you. He had said everything that he needed to say. The apparition he had created with his consciousness disappeared. The spiritual qi that was flowing through his body was no longer headed in the direction of his life palace, but traveled to the rest of his body instead. A great wave of spiritual qi washed over his body. He was ready for the enhancement plane. Right at that moment, however, a strong force emerged, pulling all the spiritual qi backward. It began rushing straight back into the life palace. The sudden change caused Yi Futian to shudder. Boy, he was pissed. For the past 3 years he had sent every last bit of spiritual qi he had collected to the life palace, but saw no results. Now it was forcefully taking it away, keeping him from developing. Just the thought of this made Yi Futian want to fight. The forceful energy ignored his feelings, however, and continued its crazed absorption of all the spiritual qi. The force then began to absorb all the energy in Yi Futian's body. In only a few moments, Yi Futian's complexion began to turn pale. Asshole! Yi Futian cursed. Accompanying the raging rush of spiritual qi into the life palace, he felt a violent shaking in his head. It seemed as if there was a drastic change going on in the palace. His consciousness attempted to interrupt it, but was destroyed by a wild force. Ah! A deep growl escaped his lips. Yu Sheng stood up abruptly, witnessing the change in Yi Futian's body. Not only was his body changing, but all the spiritual qi he had previously collected from around him was rushing towards him as well. Even more, the flowers, grass, and trees in the surrounding area all began to wilt at an alarming rate. Yu Sheng's eyes lit up as he realized what was happening. He stepped closer to Yi Futian and took a seat right behind him. When he placed both of his hands on Yi Futian's body, he immediately felt an enormous force. It absorbed the spiritual qi Yu Sheng had in his own body, just as he thought it would. Was it finally awakening? When Yi Futian woke up, all he knew was that his body felt extremely weak. The sunlight pierced his eyes as he opened them. A night had passed. What happened? Yi Futian sat up and saw the withered plants. Seated beside him was a weakened Yu Sheng. Thinking of the events of the previous day, Yi Futian closed his eyes, his consciousness entering his life palace. Yi Futian jumped at the sight of his previously barren life palace. There was now a moon in the sky, shining down on the vast land, as well as mountains and streams. The ancient tree the life spirit had resided in stood as tall as ever, looking greener than ever before. It was full of spiritual qi. The World Tree. The apparition of Yi Futian, created by his consciousness, appeared under the ancient tree once more. Could it be that his old man had lied? His father had once told him that his ancestors were mandate sorcerers who had gone against heaven's will. The World Tree could take the spirit from anything on earth. However, it had failed to be passed on, and Yi Futian was the only one who had inherited their ancestors' innate abilities. Could it be that freedom meditation is real? Yi Futian thought of the freedom meditation mantras he had repeated over and over as a child. He was excited, with his eyes closed, the mantras flowed from his mouth. He quickly became focused, controlling all his thoughts. It was as if he was galloping between heaven and earth. Just as quickly, a dense force of spiritual qi appeared in his meditative mind. Within that dense force, he was able to see different colored spiritual qi. Those were the purest kinds of elemental spiritual qi. Each color represented a different type of element. Flames. Yi Futian's thoughts locked onto the blazing red spiritual qi. It was the fire element spiritual qi. The world tree life spirit took on the blazing red color. It was truly a dazzling sight. Suddenly, outside the life palace, the fire element spiritual qi flowed feverishly into Yi Futian's body. It wandered into every organ, giving him a strong burning sensation. Wood element. Yi Futian shifted his focus to the green spiritual qi using the freedom meditation. His body flooded with wood element spiritual qi, instantly replenishing the energy that had been taken from him. Metal, earth, wind, water. Yi Futian played around with this for quite a while. Finally, he stopped, opened his eyes, and stared blankly into the space in front of him. Is this real? Yi Futian looked down at his hands in disbelief. Of course it's real. You're a full attribute sorcerer. Sitting behind him, Yu Sheng had clenched his fists in excitement, to the point that the veins in his arms were clearly visible. He stared straight ahead at Yi Futian. Plus, you're a full attribute mandate sorcerer, who is able to develop in both martial and divination arts. Then, isn't my gift? Yi Futian's eyes shimmered. Against the will of heaven, Yu Sheng finished. There's no one else like you in the city of Qingzhou. His face cracked into a big smile. So many of the elders in his family had been unable to inherit their ancestors' great gift, yet he had. Was this the mandate of heaven? A mandate sorcerer, operating on the will of the mandate? Let's go. Yi Futian stood up suddenly, heading outside the residence. Where to? Questioned Yu Sheng. To the back of the mountains, replied Yi Futian. The mountains he was referring to were the Mount Tianyao mountains behind Qingzhou Academy. Demons scour the back mountains. Why do you want to go there? Yu Sheng asked. We'll just go near the border. Besides, what do I have to be afraid of with you next to me? He was out the door before he finished his sentence. Yu Sheng did not have much to say, so he followed after him. Mount Tianyao was an extensive chain of mountains. The terrain was steep, and demons walked the land. Not many people knew exactly how deep the mountains were. It was said that the reason for building Qingzhou Academy in front of the mountains was to prevent the demons from coming out and causing harm to the citizens. At the same time, it also provided a place for the academy's disciples to train. At noon, the two youths climbed up Mount Tianyao and stood on a boulder that was resting on top of a cliff at the border of the mountain range. Looking down at the massive academy grounds, Yi Futian exhaled. It had been 3 years. Knowing his identity as a mandate sorcerer, how could he have possibly been satisfied developing in only martial arts? There had been no change in his life spirit, creating a hint of disappointment under his proud exterior. It had finally come to an end. He was going to keep reaching for his dream of becoming a powerful mandate sorcerer. The scorching sun beamed on Yi Futian as he looked up at its rays. His squinted eyes gave off a powerful sense of confidence. The freedom meditation's key points were observation and thought. Right now, he was observing and thinking about the sun. As Yi Futian observed and thought about the scorching sun, he stood atop the large boulder. The rays of the sun turned into flames and permeated his surroundings. They then pierced Yi Futian's body. The forceful blaze of fire flowed around him, reaching every internal organ and each of his limbs, filling his entire body. Yu Sheng watched as Yi Futian turned into a man on fire in front of his very eyes. Those same firm eyes showed happiness. The sleeping dragon had finally awakened. Crackling sounded as Yi Futian's skin burned red from the blazing flames. Under the incineration of the sun's flames, his body continued changing. After a long while, Yi Futian's skin glistened like crystals, but also bright, like a fire. Within his body, fiery dragons rushed into every vessel, causing a loud rumble. There was a lot of activity, and many loud, frantic noises. Luckily, there was no one else at the top of the mountains, so Yu Sheng was the only one that heard them. It was shocking that entering the enhancement and Venation planes could cause such a ruckus. In the blink of an eye, it was already dusk. The sun was setting, and Yi Futian's entire body was engulfed in flames. It felt like a storm was raging inside his body. His bones were crackling continuously. He finally stopped when the sun disappeared below the horizon. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Unexpectedly, a beam of fire shot out from his pupils. "You broke through 3 planes in a day," Yu Sheng stated in shock. After having been suppressed for 3 years, he had broken out in 1 day. Borrowing the power of the sun for the calcination of his body, he had powered through both the enhancement and Venation planes in one go. He was now in the 4th plane of awakening, the adamant plane. He now possessed an impenetrable iron body. "This is too cool," Yi Futian muttered. It would have taken at least a few months for an ordinary person to achieve an iron body. To become a mandate sorcerer, he had used freedom meditation to observe and think about the flames of the sun, and with some help from his life spirit, he had been able to achieve it in half a day. At that moment, he felt completely energized. He stood up and walked over to an ancient tree at the top of the mountain. With a quick wave of his fist and a loud snap, the large tree that had once stood in front of him split into pieces. The area where his fist had landed on the tree trunk was now burned black. "Even those in the Juggernaut plane wouldn't be able to handle a punch from you," Yu Sheng gasped, seeing the result of Yi Futian's work. Those in the Juggernaut plane had immense strength, but the force of that one punch from Yi Futian definitely surpassed the strength one would normally possess in the Juggernaut plane. Chapter 4, Yi Futian was shocked by the power of his punch. Delighted by what he had just accomplished, something suddenly slipped into his mind. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness went into the Life Palace. Yi Futian was shocked by the power of his punch. Delighted by what he had just accomplished, something suddenly slipped into his mind. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness went into the Life Palace. The apparition of Yi Futian appeared under the World Tree. His eyes filled with excitement. At that moment, the jade-green tree was faintly covered in flames, looking radiant with fire element qi. What shocked Yi Futian even more was the bright, sun-shaped matter that hung in the sky. It exuded a breathtaking flame, though it was far from the dazzling effect of the real sun. The mind of an actual cultivator always had some kind of artifact in their life palace. For some, it would be a mountain or river. For Yi Futian, it was a bright sun. This power felt so strong that it almost absorbed the essence of the universe. Yi Futian was shocked as he stared at the sun in his life palace. Suddenly, he felt as if he were the sun himself. The spiritual qi of the entire universe had flowed inside him, then into his constellation and the world tree. The world tree now had flames, and the sun above had grown even brighter. Oh my, this scorching feeling. Yi Futian felt like he was in the middle of the sun, his joints, muscles, and bones were continually being forged by the flame of the sun. "My spirit lies in my life palace," Yi Futian mumbled to himself. Suddenly, he remembered something that could possibly be happening. He began to focus, and soon after the glow of the sun had burst out of his head and shone all over the place. It gave his face a sense of holiness. "Your spirit in your life palace, is it a sun?" Yu Sheng asked, standing beside him. Yi Futian suddenly opened his eyes. The glow was now gone. He looked at Yu Sheng, slightly confused, then mumbled, "I seem to be able to make spirit in the palace." He realized the sun in his life palace was obviously the spirit. It had boosted his cultivation, and even showed increased improvement on his body. Yu Sheng was thrilled, his eyes opened wide. He stared at Yi Futian and asked sincerely, "Then please, create one for me." Yi Futian was speechless. Yu Sheng was so out of line. How could he even think to ask Yi Futian to make him a spirit in his palace after having been thrilled like this? "Keep an eye on your imagination, buddy," Yi Futian nodded, turning away. Yu Sheng was confused again. "Where to?" "Time for cultivation. We have to observe some animals." Yi Futian laughed, seemingly in good spirits. The sun was pushing him through plains so fast that it would be entirely possible to reach the Juggernaut Plain from the Adamant Plain. Though it would require the extreme coordination of strength and spirit, once he arrived at Juggernaut, he would be able to integrate his mind, strength, and spirit. Every technique and move would evolve into a new level of power in the Juggernaut Plain for him. He had to put in the effort. Mount Tianyao was surrounded by herds of demons, even on its perimeter. Soon after they marched into the mountain area, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were met with a level 4 swift demon panther. "Yu Sheng, go wait to intercept her, I will chase after her." Yi Futian commanded Yu Sheng. Hearing the order, Yu Sheng flew like an arrow, with a momentum that somehow shook the earth. The panther sensed the threat, and suddenly tried to run away like a bolt of lightning. "Soul generates mind, mind guides strength, creator of the universe, break your limit and unleash all your power." Yi Futian mumbled out the spells of unleashed cultivation power. As he ran, the panther created a shadow figure, sprinting in his mind. It seemed that almost every single one of Panther's moves were being repeated and slowed down in his mind. Gradually, his body had unconsciously copied the gestures of the panther. When he leapt into the air, his right leg curled a bit to burst harder into the next step. It was almost as if he were the panther himself. Though he ran fast, he was still not proficient enough for the panther's moves, so the panther was almost able to get away from him. Fortunately, Yu Sheng managed to cut off its escape. It's not just strength, it's the power of the wind. Yi Futian could perceive the wind element power surrounding the panther. He began to feel that his body had also absorbed energy from the wind, his clothes rustled, and his movements became even more fluent. Half an hour later, he merged with the wind, just as the panther had. "Yu Sheng, leave her alone. I'm done." Yi Futian stopped running, and Yu Sheng let go of the panther. "You are such a great imitator," Yu Sheng complimented. He had watched Yi Futian gain the essence of the panther's moves in only half an hour. "I have a sense of wind element power. As long as I practice my techniques as the panther has, I will have her speed." "It's still not enough though. It looks like you have more work to do for me these days," Yi Futian laughed. Yu Sheng did not say anything, but followed him in silence. The following few days, Yi Futian developed in Mount Tianyao. He observed and imitated the movement patterns of monkeys, tigers, lions, and even birds. He progressed every single day. On the 10th day, he made it to the 5th plane of awakening, the Juggernaut. That day, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng walked deep inside the forest. The earth began to shake lightly, as did the trees around them. A terrible voice came roaring in their ears. They looked at each other to make a decision, then walked towards the source of the voice. The shaking became even worse. Finally, they saw a giant, furious monster, which was over 5 meters tall. "Wow, that is a level 9 demon, Ape the Furious." Yu Sheng's eyes looked sharp. The giant demon was a real threat to him. What was surprising, however, was seeing a graceful beauty standing right in front of the ape. The girl was dressed in all white. Her hair danced along with the wind, as did her skirt. Her facial features were so perfect that she would definitely be considered a Helen of Troy when she grew older. "It's Hua Jieyu. I know her." This girl was a legend at Qingzhou Academy. Yi Futian marveled at her beauty. "Should we help?" Yu Sheng asked. "Wait, the ape is injured." Yi Futian noticed that the ape had wounds all over, while the girl looked safe. Hua! The ape suddenly stepped towards the girl with a loud roar. Because of the size difference, it seemed clear that the girl could not withstand one attack. However, Hua Jieyu swiftly flew towards a tree to evade the attack. The ape knocked down the tree, then picked it up as a weapon to swing at Hua Jieyu. The strength of the throw was terrifying. The girl remained calm. She bounced all over the air. She also used leaves as her weapon. The leaves charged towards the ape as if they were blades, and each one made a sound as they flew through the air. The ape tried to block the leaf blades with the tree in hand. The leaves were everywhere, and after a while, the tree had almost been cut into pieces. Gravel and boulders flew all around. Hua Jieyu fell behind another tree and closed her eyes. Suddenly, all the flying rubble charged towards the ape. Each piece of debris was like a small blade. Together, they were eroding the defense of the ape by cutting into his skin bit by bit. Even more horrifying was the extreme razor-like lance of rubble that had been formed by Hua Jieyu's chi, and was pointed right at the ape. Such a powerful spell. Yi Futian was completely shocked. A moment later, he witnessed the lance pierce right through the eye of the ape. The giant monster growled in extreme pain and began to run away. He knocked down every tree on his way. The girl did not chase after the ape. She slowly descended to the ground, as if she were a goddess gracing the planet with her presence. Enjoyed the show, didn't you? Hua Jieyu smiled softly. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng walked out of their hiding spots and looked at the girl, who was their age, in shock. You are a multiple-element mage? Are you serious? Yi Futian asked. I know you. Hua Jieyu didn't answer Yi Futian's question, instead choosing to look at him. Sounds like I am famous. Yi Futian also smiled. He seemed genuinely honored to be known by the legendary beauty of the academy. It was 3 years ago at the entry test of the academy. I overheard what you said when we first met. Ha! Yi Futian sensed the awkwardness in the air, but he soon calmed down and asked, what did I say? Hua Jieyu gave him a sweet smile that nearly took his soul away. You asked if I was a fairy. She kept smiling, then turned back into the forest. Of course. Yi Futian was paralyzed for a second, then nodded at the figure as she left. Looks like you remember it. Yu Sheng also watched her as she left. Yi Futian thought back to 3 years ago. When he had first met the then 12-year-old Hua Jieyu, he had told Yu Sheng, she's too beautiful to be a human. In a few years she's going to be a fairy, and dangerous for men. People say that she has reached the 9th plane of awakening already, and that she majored in both strength and spells. I cannot imagine how awesome the spells she used were. Most people in the 9th plane of awakening cannot do the same thing she did. Rumor also has it that she is a mandate sorcerer. Some great master in the academy already made her their private disciple. Guys are going after her, but none of them could even remotely match her beauty and talent, Yu Sheng mumbled. She's caught your heart. Am I right? Futian mocked him. Yu Sheng shook his head, then said in a serious tone, I think she's here for you. Come on, Yi Futian said as he patted the top of Yu Sheng's head, just stop thinking, then. He turned back and suddenly smiled like a child. To be honest, though, I do want to marry her. She's definitely qualified to be a wife candidate, Yi Futian chuckled. Yu Sheng stumbled upon hearing this. He stared at Yi Futian from behind. Just a candidate. What a rude joke. Chapter 5, In the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed. 2 silhouettes were seen leaving the back mountains, returning to Qingzhou Academy. In the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed. 2 silhouettes were seen leaving the back mountains, returning to Qingzhou Academy. There had been a significant amount of change to Yi Futian's body. His eyes had never been filled with such energy, and his physique was better than ever. As he walked on the academy's cobblestone road, it all felt like a dream, as if he had been gone for a long time. This rascal is finally back after hiding for so long. He probably couldn't hide any longer. The fall quarter examinations are only 8 days away. People in the academy whispered amongst themselves upon seeing Yi Futian. The events of Qin Yi's lecture 20-some days ago had already spread. This infamous character, who hadn't broken through a single plane in 3 years, disrespected their goddess, senior sister Qin. Then he turned around to flirt with Feng Qingxue. Yi Futian was now the talk of the academy. Seems like people are looking for trouble. Yi Futian's hearing had sharpened quite a bit. He could now hear even the lowest of whispers. How do you feel about that? Yu Sheng eyed him with pity. Qin Yi and Feng Qingxue were both extreme beauties. The two were very popular in Qingzhou Academy and had countless suitors, especially Qin Yi. At the ripe age of 17, she had the looks and the body to captivate any man. So, when this guy flirted with both ladies in a day, he irritated many people. It's nothing. I know you have my back, shrugged Yi Futian. Shouldn't you be able to handle it by yourself now? Yu Sheng asked confusedly. Yi Futian was already on the brink of breaking through the juggernaut plane. His power might have been able to surpass someone on the 6th awakening plane, the invincible. I have to keep a low profile. Yi Futian walked away arrogantly, with his hands behind his back. Yu Sheng looked at the hateful figure ahead, completely speechless. Was this the same person who had announced his identity as a mandate sorcerer to the world, despite being stuck on the first plane? Now that he really was a mandate sorcerer, he wanted to keep a low profile. How could he be any more contradictory? Not long after, the two returned to the dorm where they resided together. As expected, there were many other people making their way over there as well. What's more, it was not just one group of people, but two. The two groups met along the way and exchanged wary looks, ready for a fight. Putting their differences aside for the time being, the two crowds became one as they walked towards Yi Futian's residence. It's people from the Society of Knights of the School of Martial Arts and people from the School of Divination Arts, said a bystander. Many people were headed in Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's direction. These individuals were all official disciples of Qingzhou Academy. It did not seem like they were there out of jealousy from what had happened with the two girls. Things were not that simple. The School of Martial Arts within Qingzhou Academy consisted of the Battle House, the House of Swordsmen, and the Society of Knights. The School of Divination Arts was made up of the 7 great elemental pavilions. One of the two groups was dressed in silver. These people were from the Society of Knights, where the strongest knights were groomed. On the other hand, the second group of visitors was donned in gold. The two metallic colors reflected off one another. This group was from the Metal Pavilion. Senior Brother Mo Lanshan, a 3-star Glory Knight, and Senior Brother Han Yi, a Metal Element 2-star Glory Sorcerer. I can't believe they're here at the same time. Someone recognized the leaders of the two groups. Their intentions were now clear to everyone. Wow, what an honor. If both schools were there, then it couldn't possibly be for Yi Futian. Inside the dorm, Yi Futian stood off to the side and looked at Yu Sheng, who was standing in front of the two parties. He smiled lightly. Yu Sheng had always stood behind Yi Futian, but even then, he still shone brightly. His future would only be brighter. Yi Futian believed in him, just as Yu Sheng had for him. Senior Sister Qin had previously mentioned that Yu Sheng would be exempt from next year's spring quarter examinations and that he would be free to choose whether to join the School of Martial Arts or the School of Divination Arts. Back then, Yi Futian thought that there might be a possibility the higher-ups would take action first and recruit him instead of waiting for him to pick. Just as predicted, they were here now. You should step outside, Mo Lanshan said. Naturally, Yi Futian understood this was directed at him, so he smiled and stepped outside, not minding too much. Outside the dorm, a rather large crowd had gathered. Of the thousands of outer sect disciples attending Qingzhou Academy, only a handful were personally recruited as official disciples each year. For this reason, many people would be jealous. Yu Sheng is about to be an official disciple while he's about to be expelled. What a joke. The people noticed that Yi Futian was alone, and so, they felt no need to lower their voices. There were many others in the academy that did not like him anyway. He only made it this far because of Yu Sheng. Without him, Yi Futian would have been kicked out of the academy ages ago. I'm really looking forward to seeing his performance during the fall quarter examinations. Everyone around laughed at Yi Futian. Instead of worrying about me, why don't you worry about yourselves? If you mess up during the exam, it'll be really embarrassing, Yi Futian replied as he leaned on the wall nonchalantly. How arrogant. Fits his reputation. Everyone stared and discussed Yi Futian. Even though Yu Sheng always followed Yi Futian, he was going to become an official first. Shouldn't Yi Futian be ashamed? Yi Futian closed his eyes and tried to block out the noise. Not long after, the Society of Knights exited the dorm. As they walked past Yi Futian, their leader halted. I heard that Yu Sheng's father works as a manager for your family clan, Mo Lanshan said, without a single glance at Yi Futian. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. People are indeed often blinded by others' family backgrounds, but, as they grow older, they'll come to understand that people from different worlds should not collide. The more arrogant you are now, the more petty you will be later in life. The people you once knew will soar so high above your head that you won't even be close enough to reach out and touch them, Mo Lanshan said coldly and walked away. From the very beginning, Mo Lanshan never spared a glance at Yi Futian. He was worthless in his eyes. Yi Futian was confused, his eyes followed Mo Lanshan as he departed. Yi Futian was sure Yu Sheng would not have made a choice without asking for his opinion first, and Mo Lanshan knew that. So, why did Mo Lanshan say all those things to mock him? Were they not complete strangers? The group from the School of Divination Arts also started to leave. Han Yi glanced at Mo Lanshan's figure ahead of him, his eyes then landed on Yi Futian. You've got some guts, flirting with a senior sister like that. Ah. Yi Futian was speechless. Had the gossip reached the official disciples? Mo Lanshan is from the Society of Knights of the School of Martial Arts, and even though Qin Yi is from the House of Swordsmen, they're still from the same school. Han Yi left this for Yi Futian to think about as he walked away. Yi Futian thought about that for a while and his eyes lit up. He finally understood Mo Lanshan's cold attitude towards him. Yu Sheng looked as if he had something to say when he saw Yi Futian re-enter the dorm. Don't waste your time thinking about this. How can they ask you to just decide like this? Isn't this a mockery of your abilities? Don't choose either school. If nothing happens, they'll be able to see what a genius you are at the fall quarter examinations. Yu Sheng was dumbstruck by what Yi Futian said. It didn't seem like Yi Futian wanted to discuss this situation, so even though Yu Sheng already had his thoughts on the topic, he simply nodded. Yu Sheng trusted Yi Futian more than he trusted himself. It was 7 days before the fall quarter examinations. Early in that morning, a bell rang all across the Qingzhou Academy campus. People left the dorms and all headed in the same direction. Around this time every year, the academy would gather all the outer sect disciples and make announcements regarding the fall quarter examinations. It was also a time for pre-examination inspections. The outer sect disciple gymnasium was enormous, able to accommodate tens of thousands of people with ease. Even though the outer sect disciples filed in continuously, the gymnasium remained unfilled. The outer sect lecturers had arrived early on. Qin Yi was wearing something tight-fitting that showed off her curvaceous figure and attracted the attention of all those around her. He's here. The news had come from a small group in the crowd. They were all making a fuss while looking in the same direction. From that direction, came 2 people. I heard that senior brothers from both schools went to recruit Yu Sheng yesterday. That sort of treatment isn't for just anyone. How dare that loser walk in front of Yu Sheng like that? Everyone watched the school's infamous character, and they were not too happy with him. Yu Sheng was going to be someone important in the future, but what was Yi Futian going to amount to? Probably nothing. None of this bothered Yi Futian though. Others could not possibly understand his relationship with Yu Sheng. Senior sister Qin, Yi Futian greeted her with twinkling eyes. With a face and a body like that, it was no wonder that a glory knight like Mo Lanshan wasted his time getting mad at a nobody like him. Qin Yi's face fell when she saw Yi Futian. Where have you been these past days? I went cultivating, of course, he replied. Since I made a promise to you, I should give it my all. It did not seem like he was lying, so her expression warmed up a bit. As long as it was possible to encourage him to develop, and he did not do too badly during the fall quarter examinations, maybe it would be possible to persuade the academy to give him some time. Have you progressed into the enhancement plane? Qin Yi asked. Senior sister, I've already stepped into the juggernaut plane, he said with a serious look on his face. After she heard his words, her face fell once again and she glared at Yi Futian. She couldn't believe that she actually trusted him, and that she was even considering putting in a good word for him. Ha! Everyone around began to laugh. Ling Xiao walked close to the two and questioned Qin Yi while staring at Yi Futian. Senior sister Qin, what should we do about this guy? You're running out of time, Yi Futian. If you want to stay in the academy, you have to pick up the pace and try harder to reach the enhancement plane. Qin Yi was a bit disappointed. Thinking back on the entrance talent inspections 3 years ago, it seemed like such a waste. Yi Futian seemed to understand how she felt, his face broke out into a warm smile. Even though she didn't seem to believe him, he knew she truly cared about his well-being. Don't worry, senior sister. I won't let you down. His smile was a display of his pride, the morning sun shone off his handsome face. Qin Yi's heart warmed at his words, but just as she began to feel this way, Yi Futian said, Don't forget what you promised, senior sister. You. She stomped her feet and turned to walk away. She was only a young 17-year-old, she did not know how to deal with this type of thing. Many people were dumbfounded. They glared at Yi Futian furiously, but also with a bit of jealousy. Even though it was quite shameless of him, they were jealous that he could joke with Qin Yi without worry. Why waste your time on a person like him? A male lecturer stepped beside Qin Yi and asked. She spared him a glance and said, he is actually quite gifted. I still don't understand why he couldn't manage to break through the collection plane over the span of 3 years. Maybe a miracle will really happen at this year's fall quarter examinations. I really don't understand why you have such high hopes for him. The fellow lecturer beside her shook his head and looked at Yi Futian with disdain. At that moment, Yi Futian wondered and questioned Yu Sheng, who was standing beside him, how come no one believes me when I tell the truth? Yu Sheng had no answer for him. Who would believe that anyone could make it from the collection plane to the juggernaut plane in less than a month? We'll become official disciples in the spring of next year. Should we give Feng Qingxue a hand as well? Yi Futian asked. Yu Sheng took a quick look at Feng Qingxue and nodded. If she was able to develop with Yi Futian, then she could definitely make it to the mystery plane by the spring quarter examinations. Yi Futian located Feng Qingxue and began to make his way over. The crowd made way for him unwillingly. Of course, this was because he had Yu Sheng behind him. Before he could get close enough to her, someone stepped out in front and blocked his way. It was Feng Qingxue's best friend, Murong Qing. What do you want? Murong Qing asked emotionlessly. I want to speak with Feng Qingxue. Yi Futian gave out a smile. I know. You can say what you need to from here, she said. Yi Futian lifted his head, ignoring Murong Qing, as he looked towards Feng Qingxue and said, I have to talk to you. It'll be the same if you said it from over there. Feng Qingxue was avoiding his eyes. Feng Qingxue, what do you mean by all of this? Yi Futian was confused by this situation. You don't understand. It means that Qingxue doesn't want to be near you. So, mind yourself, Murong Qing answered. Yi Futian's gaze sharpened and he turned serious. However, Feng Qingxue continued to avoid meeting his eyes. Forget it. His eyebrows unfurled and he spoke softly. Yi Futian wanted to ask you to train together from now on, Yu Sheng spoke out abruptly from his spot off to the side, his gaze sharp as always. Yi Futian was shocked as he turned towards Yu Sheng. He was never a man of many words, but the Yu Sheng that Yi Futian was looking at now looked extremely mad. At this point, Feng Qingxue lifted her head and noticed the look in Yu Sheng's eyes. She then greeted him timidly. Yu Sheng. Their interactions attracted the attention of others. Yi Futian wanted to invite Feng Qingxue to train together. That's rich. Was he dreaming? However, it was Yu Sheng who brought this up, so no one dared to interfere. I know that Feng Qingxue really looks up to you, but do you really think that Yi Futian is worthy enough to have her train with him? Murong Qing asked Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng paid her no attention, his eyes were still focused on Feng Qingxue. I want to know what think. Feng Qingxue clenched her small fists. She was shaking. She looked at Yu Sheng, then at Yi Futian. Shaking her head, she replied, Yu Sheng, we're all grown up now, I think it would be best for us to keep our distance. After saying this, she let go of the breath she had been holding in. A rock had finally been lifted off her shoulders, and she was feeling much more relaxed now. However, she knew that she had just lost something. Yi Futian finally got the answer he had been waiting for, although it was not the answer he had hoped to hear. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. She really had grown up. Chapter 6, Feng Qingxue's answer met the expectations of her peers. They believed Yi Futian was too bold asking Feng Qingxue to cultivate together, which seemed like poorly disguised flirting. How rude was that? Feng Qingxue's answer met the expectations of her peers. They believed Yi Futian was too bold asking Feng Qingxue to cultivate together, which seemed like poorly disguised flirting. How rude was that? Even though people knew they had some history together, mostly friendship over the years since they were young, it still meant nothing, especially when it came to boundaries. When Feng Qingxue had said they were both adults, she had apparently been making her point. Rejected, huh? People mocked Yi Futian seeing him in this position. In fact, Yi Futian had been so bold that he had left himself no leeway. Seeing their expressions, Yi Futian soon realized what the others were thinking of him. What a cheap novel show he was creating. He shook his head and left. I am such a fool for asking her in public. It was my fault, pushing her into a place where she had no choice, Yi Futian sighed. Can't you tell that she was obviously making a point when she let Murong Qing stand between you? Come on, man, you've known each other for so long. She told you to keep your distance, what does that mean? Cutting off all ties? Yu Sheng seemed angered by Feng Qingxue's attitude. He looked like a ferocious lion. It's okay. She is only 15, she is still young, and easily persuaded by others. Yi Futian did not seem ashamed by what had just happened. In fact, he was still trying to stand up for Feng Qingxue. Don't forget what she just said, Yu Sheng said with authority, she was throwing those words right in your face. Why can't you understand your friendship with her is over? She made her choice. Yu Sheng knew Yi Futian better than anyone else. He looked cynical, but deep inside he was warm and understanding, especially towards people he knew well. He knew that Yi Futian was trying to forgive Feng Qingxue and give her another chance. However, Yu Sheng was not going to just let it go. He felt that he must protect Yi Futian's pride and self-esteem for him. He knew what Feng Qingxue had just missed out on. He never forgot what his father had told Yi Futian, people saw things the clearest when they were down in their lives. It was not a big deal, because one day, when you became a king, the world would kneel before you. A noise in the crowd came from the battle arena, drawing the attention of the students. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng looked back and saw several people flying over the arena. They had wings that held them suspended in midair. They are seniors from the College of Sorcery, wind element mages, who can actually condense air to create wings with wind element spells and fly with them. The crowd watched in admiration, as they were still in the awakening planes, trying their best to break out of their physical constraints and combine their spirits and bodies in perfection. These mages were in the glory plane, which meant they were proficient in all kinds of spells. In the divine prefectures, mages outranked ordinary cultivators. Only the wind element mages were able to fly in the glory plane. We are here to inform you that a certain area of Mount Tianyao has been cleared, a flying mage said. In this area, there will only be demons and monsters within the awakening plane levels. The following 7 days will be the hunting season before the fall quarter examination. You may hunt in this area to test your own gains from the past year, as well as hone your techniques in real combat and imminent danger. Another flying mage began speaking. You'll leave this place sooner or later. Without being seriously tested by real situations, you will never become a true cultivator. However, safety must be your priority. We suggest you partner up with other people to look out for each other. People nodded to show that they understood what was happening. Every hunting season before the fall quarter examination, the academy would clear the area to make sure that it was safer than usual. However, some daredevils would still go into Mount Tianyao, even when it had not been cleared. During the fall quarter examination, the academy will hold a homecoming event. People from the city of Qingzhou will come to watch, possibly even your parents. Make sure you perform well during the event, and do not let them down. The mage continued giving information most students already knew. The fall and spring quarter examinations were remarkable events for both the Qingzhou Academy and the city as a whole. The fall quarter examination was bigger than the spring quarter examination because the latter was for the selection of official students, and focused only on a few people. Okay, now go and prepare yourselves. The mage waved goodbye, then the group flew towards Mount Tianyao. The arena buzzed with excitement. People gathered around for the fall hunt. This was an opportunity no one should miss. Yi Futian, what's your plan? Qin Yi asked Yi Futian from a distance. What do you mean by plan, Miss Qin? Yi Futian looked at her. It's a great opportunity, especially for you. You could go with Yu Sheng. It will be safe. Also, you may reach a new plane during the hunt, Qin Yi said. Nah, not this time, Yi Futian shook his head. After all, he had just come back from the mountain. He figured he should save himself the trouble. Qin Yi stared at him and said, You are still young. Relationships are not everything. Do not give up on yourself after being turned down once. Qin Yi was worried about Yi Futian feeling defeated after the apparent rejection he had received from Feng Qingxue. Yi Futian blinked, and realized Qin Yi misunderstood what had happened. He scanned the shapely body of Qin Yi and mumbled, You know, I'm not that young. Qin Yi fell speechless for a second. Soon she realized that Yi Futian was hitting on her and became angry. She turned around and said, You're hopeless. Seeing she was mad, Yi Futian laughed even more. My pleasure, Miss Qin. Qin Yi stopped, then kept walking. She's nice, you better consider her, Yu Sheng said. Yi Futian looked at him with confusion. Consider what? She could be a wife candidate. Yu Sheng looked serious. Ugh, this guy. Yi Futian rubbed his head. One could really be influenced by his friends. The academy was full of activity these days. Endless groups of people were marching towards Mount Tianyao, most of whom looked high-spirited. It happened every year, but in a few days, they would return frustrated, defeated, and injured. During the hunting season, the academy cleared the area for students, making sure the monsters were safe to deal with. However, some level 7, 8, or even level 9 monsters would still be a nightmare for some unfortunate students. This hunt served as a trial, but also as a purgatory. Under the mountain, students entered in groups. Some of them looked familiar. Look, it's Feng Qingxue. People noticed the girl in this particular group. She was dressed in scarlet. She looked even more attractive and charming than usual in such a beautiful dress. The guy next to her, who's that? Some people were surprised to see a charming young man next to Feng Qingxue, in addition to her friend Murong Qing. He's Murong Qiu, Murong Qing's cousin. He is the pride of the Murong family. He's already in the highest plane of awakening, the Unmaker. He's with Feng Qingxue for the hunt. No wonder she. People thought of that some poor guy who had experienced a harsh rejection at the hands of Feng Qingxue. They shook their heads and sighed with pity. Keep their distance. Then why the heck was Murong Qiu here? They could not help imagining how frustrated Yi Futian would be if he saw this. He was rejected so badly. I guess he's going to quit the fall exam. After seeing Murong Qiu accompany Feng Qingxue into the mountain, people began to gossip. Yi Futian soon heard about this from the others. He was a bit confused as to why he had somehow become the main character. Even though he had never thought about pursuing Feng Qingxue, he still felt slightly pissed off. It was not out of love, but pure agitation. Still, he did not mind much, anyway. He had a more important job to do before the fall quarter examination, which was to further cultivate into a new plane. Days later, in the dorm, Yi Futian was cultivating quietly. The burning flames of the sun were all over his body. It forged his joints, muscles, and bones. He owned the life spirit of the sun, which indicated that he was supposed to major in fire element techniques. While he was on Mount Tianyao, he had perceived wood element qi from plants, and water element qi from waterfalls. However, they did not compare to the power from his life spirit, the sun. He wondered whether he was being too greedy. It had only come about by accident. Someone was approaching. Yi Futian stopped his work and looked at the approaching figure. Yu Sheng, what happened? He knew that Yu Sheng would not bother to come in unless something terrible had happened. People were evacuating the mountain recently, and some of them brought back terrifying news, Yu Sheng said. What is it? Yi Futian was caught in curiosity. Some claimed that they saw a dragon in the cleared area. Yu Sheng's eyes were lit up with excitement. A dragon? Yi Futian's eyes also shined brightly. He was shocked that even after being cleared, the hunting grounds still had a dragon. The mere presence of a dragon would bring the entire city of Qingzhou into a panic. They only ever seemed to show up in the restricted area. The dragon was a sign of pure power, the emperor of demons and monsters. Do you believe it? Yi Futian asked. Some swore that it was true. The academy should have evacuated the whole place already. If the academy actually had, it could possibly be true, Yu Sheng said. Let's go for a walk. Yi Futian stood up and walked towards the yard. By now, many students had returned. Some students refused to go into the mountain, knowing that they were incapable of ensuring their own safety. When the two arrived at the mountain, they saw people fleeing in groups, which seemed unusual. They looked at each other, then someone in the crowd asked, "What's going on?" Some true evil broke out of the restricted area. The masters are now demanding that everyone leave the area as soon as possible, someone answered. A true evil? Is it something that cannot be killed by the masters? People were shocked. I heard it was a giant thunder boa, thousands of years old, with a threatening sense of demonic power. No one can do anything to her for now. The crowd bubbled with excitement. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng felt slightly confused. What was it exactly? A boa, or a dragon? Chapter 7. Hordes of people were making their way out of the mountains. Some felt lively, while others were drained of energy. Almost all of them, however, had discussed the topic of the demon boa as they traveled. Hordes of people were making their way out of the mountains. Some felt lively, while others were drained of energy. Almost all of them, however, had discussed the topic of the demon boa as they traveled. The instructors had already made a decision. Those who claimed to have witnessed the demon boa must have been mistaken. After all, demons in cultivation may have a similar appearance as a dragon. Yi Futian saw a familiar figure making her way down the mountain road. Although Feng Qingshue's bright red clothing was covered with a thin layer of dust, her beautiful face remained clean and radiant. She seemed to be in a good mood, chatting with Murong Qiu, who remained at her side. After seeing Feng Qingxue and Murong Qiu together, many people peeked unconsciously at Yi Futian. Their actions confused Yi Futian. When Feng Qingxue noticed this, she could not help but take a look at him herself. However, when her eyes landed on him, she quickly looked away, not wanting to make eye contact. Her conversation with Murong Qiu halted. Beside her, Murong Qiu took notice of her sudden quietness. His eyes followed the descent of road and found Yi Futian a distance ahead of them. Even his side profile oozed with pride, his smiling eyes showed his carefree nature. After a quick glance, Murong Qiu looked away. Yi Futian paid little to no attention to his classmates. Turning to Yu Sheng, he asked, "Do you think the academy would keep it from us if it was a dragon?" Yu Sheng stayed quiet for a little bit, then nodded slightly. "Yes. Let's go check it out before they place the entire mountain on lockdown." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yi Futian's legs carried him up the mountain in a sprint once again. Bystanders stopped to take everything in. Feng Qingxue stood in shock. She stared as he made his way up, getting closer to her. Did her actions finally break him? She continued to stare as he came closer, her lips twitched. Just as she was about to speak, he breezed right past her. So, he wasn't coming for her. Yu Sheng brushed past Feng Qingxue and Murong Qiu, but not without a chilling glance. What are they doing? It seemed that everyone else had thought the same as Feng Qingxue, but they were all mistaken. Why were the two of them going back up into the mountains at a time like this? Is he crazy? He didn't want to go before, but now that a demon boa had been sighted, and everyone had to be evacuated, he wants to go back up. People were unable to understand Yi Futian's logic, but even Yi Futian did not know what he was doing. However, this was a dragon they were talking about, a creature from the legends. If it was beneficial to observe animals under the freedom meditation, what would happen if it was a dragon? Yu Sheng wanted to know what dragons looked like, too. The main road leading to the top of the mountain was blocked off. Senior brothers of the Qingzhou Academy stood guard at the blockade. Only people leaving the mountains were allowed to pass through. It was good that Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were prepared for this. They took a small side road far from the main, a shortcut of sorts. They passed by several blockades on their way up, but these obstacles only heightened their curiosity and at the same time confirmed their suspicions of a cover-up. We can't keep wandering blindly. Which direction should we head in? Yu Sheng had enough of sneaking around in the mountain forest. We should go where the largest amount of people is being evacuated, Yi Futian said with determination. Yu Sheng immediately understood. They began to travel towards the most heavily regulated area. Time passed little by little, the sun had descended and the night had come, making it easier for the two to continue unnoticed. There seemed to be fewer and fewer people around. We must be in the center of the lockdown zone. Let's test out our luck and wait here. Yi Futian leaned his back against a nearby tree, resting his tired eyes. The sky got darker, the area had a strange silence. No demon activity was detected. Suddenly, a flash of lightning brightened up the night sky, casting a light on the tightly knit forest. Presently, everyone on guard in this area looked up with a solemn look on all their faces. Was it here? Thunder rumbled, flashes of lightning appeared more and more frequently. Yi Futian felt excited, but also nervous at this strange sight. A dragon, it's really a dragon, a voice rang out from somewhere in the area. Yi Futian jumped up from the ground he was sitting on, eyes locked on the sky ahead of him. There, he saw it, a dragon dancing in the night sky. This creature, a couple thousand feet long, disappeared into thin air and reappeared in a different location. The rumblings got louder and louder. The whole area was engulfed in lightning and thunder. Dragon. Yu Sheng stared at the sky. It was impossible to put into words what he was feeling. From above came multiple figures, their aura brighter than anything else. A simple look at their silhouettes was enough to let people know that they were individuals with extreme power. They must be the best of the best. Another figure appeared in midair. This person looked to be middle-aged, and was extremely handsome. In his presence, the men from before retreated slightly. It was obvious that this man was greatly respected. That is not a dragon. The middle-aged man watched the creature in the sky with his hands resting behind his back. His first words sent shivers down everyone's spines. It only looks and acts like a dragon. This creature was purposely released here, the man continued, to create a creature that replicates a dragon so perfectly. They must have been in contact with a real dragon. How could this be, and why have they come to Mount Tianyao? So that's why it hasn't caused any harm since its appearance. If it were a real dragon, we'd all be goners, said one of the men in the group. Even though it's not real, we still don't know what its appearance at Qingzhou Academy means. The middle-aged man floated in midair, looked down at the group of youths. All of them had come from a different direction. You guys have quite some guts. Below him were Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. It turned out they were not the only ones who didn't leave the mountain, others were probably curious about this legendary creature as well. These rascals. Someone in the group of men scolded the youngsters. How dare they break in during a lockdown? Yi Futian thought of nothing but the dragon in the sky. He kept recalling the movements of the dragon. The freedom meditation was in progress, lightning and thunder went off within his life palace, a dragon appeared as well. Thunder's spiritual qi rushed to gather around Yi Futian as the lightning coursed through his body, his consciousness was faltering. In his eyes, only the mystical dragon existed. Every scene was engraved deep in his mind. A flash of lightning abruptly struck him between his eyes. The image of the dragon bored into him. The fearful vibrations of thunder took over Yi Futian's entire body, causing him to growl deeply at the sheer power. He was no longer able to break free from this state, every movement of the dragon was engraved deeply in his mind. Upon the sight of the magnificent dragon approaching him, Yi Futian shuddered slightly, but was unable to move away. Watch out! Yu Sheng shouted when he felt something amiss, but it was too late. The dragon charged at Yi Futian at a crazed speed and entered his body through the spot in between his eyes. Yi Futian let out an ear-splitting scream with the thundering pain, it was as if a real dragon had entered his mind. Boom! His mind shook and his consciousness scattered. You've finally grown up. A voice sounded in his mind, his body fell straight back. The anomalies in the area disappeared. What's this? The group of men wanted to know. Their eyes focused on Yi Futian's fallen body. What just happened? What an unlucky guy. It looks like he was attacked by the fake dragon, someone said. That was so gutsy, let's check to see if there's anything wrong with him, said someone else. He's fine. The handsome, middle-aged man spoke. By Yi Futian's side, Yu Sheng looked up to the man and heard him say, entrust him to me for now, I'll bring him back and have him examined. Everyone nodded in agreement. However, Yu Sheng had something to say about this. Elder, may I come along? Don't worry, nothing will happen to him. I'm just going to be at the academy, said the middle-aged man. There was something strange about his eyes that made people willing to trust him, and thus, Yu Sheng nodded. Please take care of him, elder. When Yi Futian finally awoke, he did not feel a single shred of pain, which he thought was strange. His consciousness slipped into his life palace. Just as he thought, above the word tree was an area of lightning and thunder. A dragon flew around the sky, a truly majestic sight. I can't believe it actually came into my life palace. He was shaken up. After fainting, he could hear something, but he couldn't recall what it was. He had already fainted twice since officially beginning to develop. When he thought of how unlucky he was, he could only smile bitterly. If he could benefit from it somehow though, he wouldn't mind fainting a couple more times. As if he could feel that something was out of place, he shot up and realized that the clothes he was wearing were not his own. It was also obvious to him that he was not in his own dorm. Standing up, Yi Futian pushed open the door, and was able to see that he was in a quiet, elegant residence. Ahead was a pavilion, and quietly seated there was a young lady. It looked like she was drawing. Beside her was a middle-aged male, sipping on tea. It was such a peaceful scene. With a light foot, Yi Futian made his way to the pavilion. His gaze fell on the young lady's drawing. She was using a special type of paper, and she wasn't drawing, she was continuously inscribing lines and streaks. From those inscribings seeped a bit of spiritual qi. It's an amulet. Yi Futian was shocked. This young girl in front of him knew how to inscribe scrolls. Then wouldn't that make her an inscriber? That's so awesome. Have you seen one before? The middle-aged man put down his teacup and looked towards Yi Futian. Not in person, I've only seen them in books, Yi Futian replied. A shield is inscribed on the scroll paper with metal spiritual qi. This must be a defense spell. You can see it? The middle-aged man was surprised. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. Through freedom meditation, his ability to perceive spiritual qi had improved greatly. The man smiled and asked, "Do you want to learn?" Yes. He nodded again and immediately bowed to pay his respects. Disciple, Yi Futian, would like to pay formal respects to master. He worked fast. Yi Futian understood the importance of being an inscriber. It was a more rare occupation than being a sorcerer. It was also a high-status occupation. An inscriber also had to be a gifted sorcerer. You're as shameless as they all say. The young girl put down the pen in her hand and looked at Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't care, he just smiled. Seeing her amazing looks, he said, "Hey, beautiful. So we meet again." Chapter 8, The girl who had just showed up was Hua Jieyu, the legend of the academy. The girl who had just showed up was Hua Jieyu, the legend of the academy. She had become a legend not only for her unmatched beauty, but for the fact that she had managed to ace every test of the fall quarter exam from the first year she had been admitted. You call her a beauty? The middle-aged man looked at Yi Futian with confusion as Hua Jieyu stared at him. Professor, she is just too gorgeous to be human, Yi Futian laughed and explained. It was apparent to him that there was some relationship between the professor and Hua Jieyu, which made the compliment necessary. Okay. Sounds like you know how to talk. The professor smiled and sipped his tea, then looked at Yi Futian. Everyone in this academy could be your master. If you want to learn more in the future, come see me, I would be okay with you calling me master. Hua Jieyu was confused by her father. He had stopped accepting students for so long, how talented would Yi Futian have to be to get him to make an exception? Greetings from Yi Futian, your humble student, Yi Futian saluted. The professor nodded and said, I never cared about these unnecessary and over-elaborate formalities. The fall quarter exam is about to start. Go prepare yourself. What? Today? Yi Futian was shocked. He had not realized how long he had slept. Ding, ding, ding. As if responding to him, the academy bell rang, the sound reverberating all over the place. Yi Futian looked off towards the distance. It was finally time. Jieyu, send him out, the professor told her. Hua Jieyu noticed that Yi Futian looked a bit proud. Come on, let's go. Hua Jieyu began leaving. I haven't changed yet, Yi Futian said. The clothes on him had to have belonged to the professor. Then go change. Hua Jieyu was giving him the cold shoulder. Yi Futian caught up to her and asked, So, what should I call you? Ms. Hua Senior or Ms. Hua Junior? Neither. Well then, Fox it is, Yi Futian shrugged. What plane are you in now, Fox? Hua Jieyu ignored his questions. People say that you are a mandate sorcerer, is that true? Yi Futian kept asking still without a response. Have you ever dated anyone? Yi Futian would not let her go. No comment means yes. No. Hua Jieyu slightly bit her lips as she stared at him with anger. Me neither, what a coincidence. Seeing her angry actually made him smile. Hua Jieyu suddenly stopped. When Yi Futian looked back at her, he noticed that her young and delicate face was shining in the rays of the early morning sunlight. This made him forget everything he had had on his mind. You are seriously shameless. Hua Jieyu turned around and left. A smile appeared on Yi Futian's face when he saw her gradually disappear. The academy was busier than ever today. Crowds of people were continually entering the academy. Every fall quarter exam, the big local chiefs of Qingzhou would join the event, as would the parents of the current students. They were all qualified for entry. Those who could not enter would wait outside, looking forward to finding out which students had stood out this time. Although all the exam participants were kids, the eldest of whom were still under 18, the stars of this exam would definitely be prominent chiefs of Qingzhou in the future. Most of the big chiefs that watched this event were also former students of the academy. The exam drew attention from all over the city. The legendary girl of Qingzhou Academy, Hua Jieyu, has aced the written test all 3 years. I bet she will take our breath away this time. Yang Xiu has been right behind her in second place for the past 3 years. He might outperform her. Murong Qiu, the son of the remarkable Murong family, is already in the Unmaker plane. In fact, he has already qualified to be an official student. Rumor has it he wanted to be official along with the unquestioned No. 1 of the fall quarter exam, so he refused to be official without the exam. This might be his last try. Don't forget the son of the chamberlain for the Yi family, Yu Sheng. He would have been an official student last spring if it weren't for Yi Futian. Remember, he is only 15. The crowd outside spoke as if they knew everything about the academy. It showed how influential the academy was around the city. Yi Futian returned to his dorm. Yu Sheng was reassured seeing him back, and asked him, "Are you alright?" "I'm better than alright," Yi Futian laughed. Suddenly, his body started cracking with the sound of thunder. Thunderbolts ran through his body with absolute control from his mind. Wow, amazing, that is the power of the invincible plane. Yu Sheng was surprised that Yi Futian had it made into another plane with the power of thunder. It seemed the interaction with the dragon had made him even stronger. You can try some basic spells now, Yu Sheng said. Not enough time, buddy. The fall exam has started, Yi Futian said. Your father is coming to the event to watch you. He's coming. Yi Futian was shocked for a moment, then smiled. He realized that this time might be a big surprise for his father. Yi Futian changed, then he and Yu Sheng left the dorm for the battle arena. The arena was equipped with 3,000 desks, all lined up in rows. In the front, over the staircases, there were many official students and professors from the academy. The stands on the sides were filled with people, including the big chiefs of Qingzhou and parents of the students. Yi Futian's presence drew some attention, most of it out of confusion. The story of him being rejected by Feng Qingxue, and Feng Qingxue being accompanied by Murong Qiu during the hunt, had spread all over the city. Then there was the story of his altercation with the demon boa in Mount Tianyao. He was only adding to his notorious reputation. In fact, he looked tough. Few would survive after being attacked by a demon boa. The academy officially announced it was a demon boa that attacked you, Yu Sheng told Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded and scanned the far corner of the stand, then smiled. Come on, he said, running towards the corner. There was a small group sitting there. Yi Baichuan was chatting with another middle-aged person. He saw Yi Futian coming and called out, Listen, I am only here for you, do you understand? If you perform horribly, never tell anyone that you are my son again. Yi Futian felt humiliated. Seriously, Dad? Not in public. Can you at least try not to embarrass me? Now you know you have a reputation to protect. He was surprised at Yi Futian's response, as he had heard how shameless his son could be. I feel so sad, Yi Futian said, patting his own forehead. Stop pretending. Did you offend my future daughter-in-law? Yi Baichuan just would not let him off the hook. Yi Futian soon found that Feng Qingxue was sitting quietly next to Mr. Feng. She avoided making eye contact with him. Yi Baichuan, when the hell did I promise you that my daughter would be your daughter-in-law? Stop that nonsense, Feng Ruhai told Yi Baichuan. Uncle Feng. Yi Futian was disturbed by what was happening. Boy, how are you doing in your cultivation recently? Any better? Feng Ruhai asked him. Of course. There has been some progress. Otherwise I would not have shown up for the exam, Yi Futian told him. Good for you. You are still young, you should focus on your cultivation. Do not think and talk about nonsense like your father. Feng Ruhai stared at Yi Baichuan. Roger that, Yi Futian laughed. Yu Sheng, we really have some expectations for you this time, Feng Ruhai said, looking at Yu Sheng. Okay. Yu Sheng seemed indifferent. Go prepare yourselves for the exam, Feng Ruhai said. They nodded, then Yi Futian and Yu Sheng turned around and left. Later, Feng Qingxue left in another direction. What's wrong with these kids? Do you have any idea? Yi Baichuan frowned, feeling confused. Yi Futian and Feng Qingxue had quarreled with each other all the time when they were young. Something must have been wrong if they were just staying silent. People spoke casually amongst themselves. Even though it was only the written test today, the audience still showed high interest. Knowledge was as crucial as talent, and served as the foundation for their futures. The weaker students with profound experience could beat out those who were stronger than them in the future. The students entered and took their seats. There were 3,000 of them. How grand it was! Yi Futian and Yu Sheng entered and sat down in a row. Yi Futian took a deep breath. This was his first time taking the fall quarter exam. It was impossible not to be nervous. It's her. Hua Jieyu. A girl entered and suddenly drew all the attention from the crowd. She was in a light-colored suit, but she was so beautiful that she seemed to shine over everyone. God, such a beauty. The students were amazed. She is so gorgeous, and she is only 15. I bet 3 years from now she will be a Helen of Troy for the boys. People believed that with her beauty and talent, she would definitely be a troublemaker in the future. Even some of the big chiefs knew that she had quite a history. People say that Murong Qiu was rejected by her. In the stands, a member of the Murong family seemed disappointed by these words. It's okay. With such talent, how can you expect her to accept any boy in this city? It's a pity for Murong Qiu, though. He would have been an official last year if not for her, someone said to the member of Murong family, trying to comfort them. Yep, she is a fox. Yi Futian also noticed her and the fact that she had drawn everyone's attention. No one else could ever manage to do this except her. Hua Jieyu stood for a while, scanning the rows for a spot. Soon she began walking again. All the students that had already sat down were praying to themselves that she would stop next to them. However, none of their fantasies came true. She finally stopped and picked a seat. People stopped praying, and began to wonder who was the lucky bastard she had chosen to sit next to. Suddenly, they all froze in shock, completely baffled by her choice. Chapter 9, Hua Jieyu sat down beside Yi Futian. This was the same Yi Futian who had opted out of exams for 3 years, gotten rejected by Feng Qingxue, and was about to be kicked out of Qingzhou Academy. Hua Jieyu sat down beside Yi Futian. This was the same Yi Futian who had opted out of exams for 3 years, gotten rejected by Feng Qingxue, and was about to be kicked out of Qingzhou Academy. What a lucky dog. Many people were very jealous. How come he got to sit next to Hua Jieyu his first time joining the fall quarter examinations? Furthermore, Hua Jieyu was sitting in an aisle seat, which meant that only one person had the privilege of sitting next to her. Seeing this opportunity given to Yi Futian, one could only imagine how the others felt about this. Yi Futian could feel the hateful stares directed at him. He took a glance at the girl sitting beside him. She was sitting there silently, elegant and natural. It was as if she had no idea who he was. This fox, she definitely did this on purpose, Futian thought to himself. He had originally planned to participate in the exams quietly, but now he had become the center of attention for all the wrong reasons. As more and more people gathered around, the area surrounding Huajieyu became the most sought-after seats. People glared at Futian as they passed by. Then, a delicate-looking youth approached him and asked, "Can we switch seats?" Futian looked up, his eyes meeting with a boy about the same age as himself. His delicate face glowed with pride, his voice natural. "It's Yang Xiu." Many people's attention was still on where Futian's was. Yang Xiu had placed second in the written examinations for the past 3 years. He had always wanted to surpass Huajieyu and a lot of people knew he had a crush on her. Yang Xiu had not only done extremely well in the written examinations, he was also extremely gifted. He was already on the 7th awakening plane, the mystery plane. His ability to perceive fire's spiritual qi was also at the highest level. He truly was a genius. Losing to Huajieyu only in the slightest bit, he was still one of the best outer sect disciples. Futian looked at Yang Xiu and thought, "Wow, now that's rude." "Of course," said Futian. The people around him were stunned. Was he really just going to give up that easily? "Not," he finished. Hearing these 3 words, the smile on Yang Xiu's face was now frozen. He saw Futian smile, it looked like he was mocking him. "I know you. You gave up on participating in any examinations for 3 years and are about to get kicked out of the academy. A person like you shouldn't be wasting time here." Yang Xiu was not mad, he was simply trying to mock Futian back. "But I want to." Futian was still smiling. "Then I hope that it won't be too embarrassing for you after the written exam," Yang Xiu laughed lightly. But then again, it wouldn't be the first time. After mocking Futian, Yang Xiu gave Huajieyu a look before he headed back to his seat. He sat back down and got extremely serious, like a warrior before a battle. What a sad life. Futian looked at Yang Xiu's silhouette with great pity. Futian's rejection did not shock anyone. This was what he really was, a legendary, arrogant loser. However, his legend would come to an end after this year's fall quarter exam. Futian was going to be expelled. As the outer sect disciples entered, the official disciples surrounded the entire gymnasium. There were 3,000 tables, but only a little over 1,000 people were participating in the fall quarter examinations. After all, a lot of the first-year outer sect students lacked the confidence to get a decent grade. They knew it was difficult to do well, so they chose to opt out of the examination and keep a clean slate than to have a bad grade on their permanent record. However, to give up participating in the examination for 3 years like Futian had done was simply unheard of. This was why he was a legend. Even the academy had had enough of him. At the front of the gymnasium, many of the official disciples were present. Qin Yi stood there and glanced in Futian's direction. After 3 years, he was finally here. He wasn't giving up on the exams again. Let's hope for a miracle. Yang Xiu already made a deal with the School of Divination Arts. After the fall quarter examinations end, he's going to be admitted into the school as an official disciple. I don't even know where that useless loser, Futian, got the guts to talk to him like that, said Mo Lanshan. He was chuckling lightly beside Qin Yi. Qin Yi's eyebrows furrowed. Futian did have some problems, but she still wouldn't call him a useless loser. Do you have something against him? She asked Mo Lanshan. Of course, I do. Mo Lanshan felt no need to hide his feelings. How dare he say those things to you in class? I really don't understand why you have such high hopes for him. Why do you waste your time on him? Qin Yi did not know what to say to defend herself. Maybe it was because she could not forget the amazing results he had achieved during the entrance talent inspections 3 years ago. He should not have ended up like this. It's time, "Hand out the test papers," said an elder seated behind the two. Official disciples rose out of their seats and began to distribute the written examinations. This meant that the fall quarter written examinations had officially begun. The enormous crowd was in complete silence. The people who came to observe the examination process consisted of parents and family, as well as many well-known individuals of the city of Qingzhou. They understood that they had to stay quiet too. As everyone got their test papers, Feng Qingxue took a deep breath. She hoped to rank well in this year's fall quarter examinations and gain the privilege to access the second floor of the Qingzhou Academy Library. This way, she would have unlimited access to some of the most powerful spells. Ling Xiao glanced at Yi Futian before looking down at his test paper. When he noticed the beautiful Hua Jieyu seated beside Yi Futian, he could not hide the look of jealousy on his face. Ling Xiao had always had a crush on Feng Qingxue, and Hua Jieyu was the girl of his dreams, unreachable. How was Yi Futian worthy of sitting next to her? Hua Jieyu remained quiet after receiving her test papers, probably because she was just that confident. Somewhere near the front of the room, Yang Xiu's fists clenched tight and then relaxed, in preparation for the exam. As for Yi Futian, he looked through the test questions once and a smile appeared on his face. He then picked up his pen. His very first fall quarter examination was finally here. He knew many people were waiting for him to make a fool out of himself and looked forward to seeing him be expelled. What a pity, they were about to be disappointed. The test questions went from easy to difficult, starting with basic questions about cultivation. Most students were able to answer these questions. Yi Futian's pen danced across the test paper. He answered the questions with ease. "Interesting," said Yi Futian as he read one of the test questions. During a battle between a knight and a sorcerer, the sorcerer's elemental spiritual qi runs out. If you were the knight, what would you have done? What if you were the sorcerer? He scribbled down his answer quickly. Time was passing by quickly. Some students were now sweating. Towards the back of the test packet, the questions got more abstract and more difficult to answer. Unknowingly, Yi Futian was already on the last question. This question seemed easy enough. The question was, a group of martial arts cultivators and a group of divination arts cultivators on the same plane and level fought. Which side won? This was a freebie. In a group battle, the martial arts cultivators would have people from a variety of occupations. Naturally, the divination arts group would also consist of a variety of elemental sorcerers. If the sorcerers worked together, the amount of power they possessed could destroy the opposing group. There wouldn't be much fighting. Yi Futian thought of this and smiled. After writing down his response, he put his pen down. Coincidentally, Hua Jieyu had also just placed her pen down on her desk beside him. The two looked at each other. Yi Futian gave her a provoking smile. All Hua Jieyu did in response was glare at him, but no matter what she did, she remained breathtakingly beautiful. Nobody amongst the test-takers noticed their little exchange, but at the front of the room, someone took notice of Hua Jieyu. "She's still the same, always the first one to finish," said an elder at the academy. She was always the focus of the room, even if she just sat quietly, focused on her exam. "That's not true, the young man next to her finished just before her, but his responses are probably rubbish," said another elder. He smiled and shook his head thinking of how hard it must have been for Yi Futian to focus with Hua Jieyu sitting next to him. "Wow, look how quickly he finished. You worked so hard to give him a fighting chance, but all he's thinking of is how to put on a show to attract a girl's attention." Mo Lanshan's words were directed at Qin Yi. Her eyes went to Yi Futian and she felt a twinge of disappointment. Slowly, more and more people finished up their exams, some excited, some not so excited. Finally, an elder stood up on the stage and signaled the end of this year's fall quarter examinations. The official disciples were waiting. Once the elder stood up, they moved forward to collect test papers. Even though the test papers had been collected, everyone remained seated in the gymnasium. Qingzhou Academy's fall quarter written exams had always been graded on the spot, and the results were announced the same day. A group of academy elders and outer sect lecturers graded the exams together with great speed. As they graded, the students looked on nervously, while the audience chatting lightly. When the lecturers began to separate the test papers by score, the atmosphere intensified. After a while, one of the lecturers walked up to face the students, holding a list. Everyone knew that the list of people who had passed this year's fall quarter examinations would be announced first. Li Yu, Fang Yun, Mo Hanjiang. With every name the lecturer announced, students began to relax one by one. Of course, there were also many who looked very disappointed, as they had hoped for better results. Other than the list of those who passed, there were also lists of rank 3, rank 2, and rank 1 students yet to be announced. After the names on the first list were announced, it was revealed that there were 72 people in rank 3, 36 in rank 2, and only 3 in rank 1. Qin Yi listened carefully. After the list of rankings was announced, her disappointment heightened. If he could not even pass the written exam, then he was destined to be kicked out of the academy. Her eyes drifted toward Yi Futian and she let out a deep sigh. Seated in front of Yi Futian, Yang Xiu laughed coldly. Just as expected. You were going to fail regardless, why embarrass yourself like this? Feng Qingxue also looked at Yi Futian. Her eyes reflected her disappointment, but it disappeared shortly. Wasn't this what everyone expected? Yi Futian, remember what you said in class last time? Now that you're about to be expelled, doesn't it feel like a big slap in the face? Ling Xiao asked loudly from far away, causing many people to avert their attention towards Yi Futian. Secretly, they were all happy that this shameless bastard was about to be expelled. Chapter 10, Yi Futian looked at Ling Xiao, who was laughing at him with irony. However, Yi Futian seemed calm as usual. Yi Futian looked at Ling Xiao, who was laughing at him with irony. However, Yi Futian seemed calm as usual. This list only contains those who merely qualified, why are you laughing like that? Yi Futian spoke slowly, then glanced around to see that other people were also chuckling. Come on, seriously, Ling Xiao laughed even harder and stared at Yi Futian. You don't think you made it onto the list of excellence, do you? You have been daydreaming for 3 years, and you are clearly not going to stop now. You know what? You are just hopeless. Look at your face. Stop that outrageous laugh, please. I doubt you will be able to keep it when I make it onto the list of the highest rankings. Yi Futian frowned at him. He knew Ling Xiao had always looked down on him, but how severe was his hatred that Ling Xiao was excited about his failure? Sounds like you will not shed a tear until you see the coffin, right? Then keep waiting. Ling Xiao sounded cold. Yi Futian shook his head and ignored him. The lecturers were still busy organizing the test papers and lists. After a while, Qin Yi came onto the stage to announce the names of 72 students who had made it onto the list of perfection. Of course, a remarkable student like Ling Xiao was on the list. He was now behaving even more arrogantly towards Yi Futian. He was waiting until the end of the list announcement to throw every insult right in Yi Futian's face. Feng Qingxue felt excited because her name had not shown up on the list of perfection. She had definitely passed the test, which meant that her name was possibly on the list of brilliance. Once she performed well after the written test, she would have achieved her goal. Feng Qingxue. The list of brilliance was being announced, and Feng Qingxue was first. Her eyes shined as she smiled with ecstasy. She definitely deserved her spot. Yu Sheng. The announcements continued. Every name on the list really meant something at the academy. Murong Qiu. This was the last name on the list. The announcer lowered their hands. Murong Qiu suddenly turned pale, and looked as if he were truly frustrated. There were 36 names on the list of brilliance. For most ordinary people, it would be glorious, but sadly for him, this was not the case. Anything other than the list of excellence meant failure to him. Last time, he had ranked third on the list of excellence. He had participated in the exam this time to challenge the legendary girl, but he had failed again, and by an even worse margin. In the stands, a member of the Murong family also looked pretty gloomy. Murong Chiu only made the list of brilliance. There's not even a rank for this list, the Murong family member mumbled. They were right, as only the top 3 could be ranked for being on the list of excellence. Other people were also wondering and discussing to themselves. There should be 3 on the list of excellence. Common sense said that the legendary girl and Yang Xiu would be the top 2. But if that was the case, who had taken Murong Chiu's place and forced him onto the list of brilliance? It was even more mysterious because the famous students had all already been listed on the list of brilliance. People could not find anyone that was missing. Looks like we have a dark horse, but who is it? People started looking around to figure out who they were missing for this possible honor. This mystery had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. He watched Yi Futian intently, believing he was just bluffing and pretending to be calm after the first 2 lists had been announced. In the very front, several masters of the academy were having a debate over the ranks of the last 3 tests. Yang Xiu took a deep breath. He was not sure whether he would beat Hua Jieyu this time. He had already promised the College of Sorcery that after this fall quarter exam that he would join the college and become an official student, which meant that this was his last chance to beat Hua Jieyu. Finally, the masters reached a consensus. Someone recorded the decision, and a master went towards the crowd, prepared to give the final announcement. The whole place was suddenly cloaked in silence. Everyone's ears perked up for the final decision. Yang Xiu, number 3 on the list of excellence, the master gave the first name. Everyone immediately began gossiping. Yang Xiu was only number 3. For real. Yang Xiu, someone who had always ranked under Hua Jieyu, was suffering the same tragedy as Murong Chiu? Who had caused that? Impossible. Yang Xiu had gotten nothing but disappointment from the wait. He seemed lost. This has to be impossible. His entire mind had been fixated on being ranked over Hua Jieyu. However, this time, it had turned out even worse. How was he supposed to accept this reality? Who is it, for God's sake? People were becoming even more curious. They began focusing on the master announcing the list. Number 2 on the list of excellence, Hua Jieyu. Another name came out, and it bewildered the entire crowd. Hua Jieyu had consecutively ranked number 1 for 3 straight fall quarter exams. Now she was number 2. How could that have happened? What was even more strange was that neither Yang Xiu or Murong Qing had beaten her. There was only one thing on the minds of everyone in the building: who was this John Doe? Hua Jieyu was even a bit surprised herself. She subconsciously looked at Yi Futian and suddenly realized that something unusual might have been happening. The tension was at an all-time high. Everyone waited in suspense to find out who it was. He made it. Yusheng tightened his fists. He was kind of excited. No one knew why he was suddenly behaving like this, or whether there was anything worth being excited about. However, he was the only one who knew what was coming. The eyes of the master passed all over the crowd, eventually stopping on a boy. The master seemed astonished and surprised. For 3 years he had been a nobody at the academy, but now he was going to be the superstar. The number 1 ranking on the list of excellence for the Qingzhou Academy fall quarter examination is. The master paused, then said slowly, Yi Futian. The crowd immediately shut down and became silent upon hearing this name. It was as if the entire building was muted. Every possible expression was showing on the crowd's faces. They had considered every possibility, but not Yi Futian. How could their imagination have been that wild? This guy had abandoned the exams for 3 years, and had been stuck in the collection plane. Yi Futian, champion of the written test, sounded like the worst joke ever. However, people soon realized that the masters of the academy would never pull a prank like that for this exam. Suddenly, they were even more shocked by the decision. Yi Futian, champion of the test? Tell me I am dreaming, please. Some were doubting whether they had heard the announcement correctly. Yi Futian. Qin Yi was next to the master. She repeated the name, seemingly dumbfounded. Nobody had thought that his name would show up on the list of qualification. They thought he wouldn't have done well enough to even accomplish that. It was incredible that he had performed so well that he had made it onto the list of excellence. Ling Zhao's face turned to stone. He had believed Yi Futian would be expelled from the academy soon, and had prepared a long, humiliating speech for Yi Futian. Now, Yi Futian was number one. How could that have even happened? Feng Qingxue was in such awe that she could not speak. Her eyes moved from the master who had announced the list slowly to where Yi Futian was sitting. Yi Futian sat in his spot quietly. The smile on his face was the same as usual, calm and light. It seemed like he knew he deserved this honor, and that nothing was shocking about the outcome to him. What strong confidence he had. Could it be possible that the last 3 missed years had only served to make this moment more glorious? Hua Jieyu was sitting next to Yi Futian. She observed this boy with her beautiful eyes. This boy had broken her record, but she did not seem too disappointed. It was not like the bitterness that was on the faces of Yang Xiu and Murong Qiu. Instead, she felt curious and surprised. Her father had told her that Yi Futian was as talented as she was. At first she had refused to admit it. Actually, she had looked forward to this fall quarter exam, because Yi Futian would not have been able to conceal his talent anymore. She was eager to know why her father had broken his rule and accepted him as his student. She was quite surprised by the results. Something must be wrong, someone yelled all of a sudden. All the eyes were suddenly drawn to the shouter, Yang Xiu, who was standing in front of Yi Futian. It was already disappointing enough to be listed as 3rd place on the list of excellence, but it was even more humiliating to see that it was Yi Futian who had made this happen. Yi Futian had been humiliated by him moments before the lists were announced. How could this have happened? Had he made himself look like a total fool? What's the problem, Yang Xiu? The master looked at him. Yang Xiu paused for a second, then glanced at Yi Futian with contempt. He sat next to Hua Jieyu. He must have cheated off of her to earn that score. Yes, plagiarism, that's definitely it, Ling Xiao followed. Many others seemed to be in agreement about this reasonable explanation. Who do you guys think we are? Professors, or just a bunch of old blind folks? It was like cold water was being thrown right in their faces. The test papers of the top 3 had gone through the strict review of multiple masters. How could plagiarism have gone unnoticed by them? Yi Futian slowly tapped on the desk with his fingers. He was casual and relaxed. He believed that all the doubt would be silenced by the truth. You are all honorable masters, but people just have different preferences. I cannot accept the fact that I am listed as number 3 and that Yi Futian is number 1 because you preferred his viewpoints. Yang Xiu was completely agitated. He was desperately trying to pull Yi Futian off his throne. The master looked at Yang Xiu with disappointment. It seemed that this student had little patience for failure. Without ever enduring failure, even a talented student like Yang Xiu could never make significant achievements in the future. Yi Futian looked at Yang Xiu. He was so persistent, even when it only brought shame onto himself. Chapter 11, Everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian and Yang Xiu. Another one of Qingzhou Academy's elders walked up on the stage and asked Yang Xiu, "Could it be that you want to grade the exams yourself?" Everyone's eyes were on Yi Futian and Yang Xiu. Another one of Qingzhou Academy's elders walked up on the stage and asked Yang Xiu, "Could it be that you want to grade the exams yourself?" "I would not dare to have such thoughts." Yang Xiu shook his head. "I only want to know why he scored higher than me. What was I lacking?" The Qingzhou Academy elders sat in silence. Finally, one of them nodded and said, "All right. Since you have your doubts, then we will let you know the reason why." All of the students and everyone observing from the stands remained quiet. They too were curious. What responses could Yi Futian have given to surpass Yang Xiu? The first question: during a battle between a knight and a sorcerer, the sorcerer's elemental spiritual qi runs out. If you were the knight, what would you do? What if you were the sorcerer? How did you answer this question? The elder asked Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu's eyes lit up as he said with confidence, if I were the knight, I would continue my attacks until the sorcerer's spiritual qi ran out, and end them with a final blow. If I were the sorcerer, I would try to find my opponent's weak point and attack at full force once the opportunity presented itself. Many people began to nod. To them, Yang Xiu's response was well-rounded. Many people would have answered the same. So where did he go wrong? Even the VIP guests on stage were intrigued. This question was given to test the students' ability to adapt to an emergency situation. In their eyes, Yang Xiu's answer was not bad. How would Yi Futian answer this question? Yi Futian, please tell us your response. The elder looked at Yi Futian, who in turn, stood up and looked at Yang Xiu. He then said, if I were the knight, I wouldn't give my opponent a chance to retaliate. I would attack continuously until he falls. If I were in the sorcerer's position and collected the wind element, then I would escape. If I was a sorcerer of any other element, I would pretend to be completely drained of power. If needed, I would even take a hit from the offense and then when they're least prepared, attack with my last remaining power. Why did you respond in this way? Asked the elder. In a battle between the two, if the knight can drain the sorcerer of his power, then that means that his foundation is probably already stronger. Under continuous attack, the only person making any mistakes would be the sorcerer. The bug in Yang Xiu's response is if the sorcerer was able to find the knight's weakness, then he would have done so during the previous exchanges. If you want your opponent to trip up, you must pay the price, Yi Futian answered slowly. Upon hearing this seamless response, Yang Xiu paled. Everyone on stage began to nod in agreement. In comparison, there truly was a big difference between the two. The elder nodded as well, then turned to look at Yang Xiu again. The last question: in a group battle between martial art cultivators and sorcerers, who would win? How did you answer this question? It would be difficult to determine the results if everyone was on the first few planes of awakening. If everyone was in the same higher plane and if both sides were equal in number, of course, the victory would go to the sorcerers. Yang Xiu did not waver in his response. He himself was a sorcerer, so he believed that sorcerers were better than martial arts specialists. He was very prideful. Yi Futian, and your answer? Asked the elder. At awakening, the martial art cultivators have a higher chance of victory. Anything above this level, sorcerers would have a higher chance, he replied calmly. Ridiculous. How could martial art cultivators win against sorcerers, even at the awakening level? Furthermore, sorcerers wouldn't have a higher chance at a more advanced level, they would have a complete victory, no questions asked, Yang Xiu said coldly. Explain it to him, the elder made his request to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at Yang Xiu and asked, between martial art cultivators and sorcerers, who has the better fitness, stamina, and speed? Indeed, those are a sorcerer's weaknesses, but martial art cultivators wouldn't even be able to get close to the sorcerers. Yang Xiu stared at Yi Futian. At the awakening level, sorcerers cannot cast their spells from a far distance. If the martial arts cultivators choose to surround without attacking, what do you plan to do? That's a stupid question. Then I would obviously choose to attack first. Even at the awakening plane, sorcerers have more powerful attacks, Yang Xiu retorted. You attack, I recede. You retreat, I surround, said Yi Futian. His words gave shivers to many of the honorable guests. He was able to calmly deliver his battle plans. If a person with a lot of battle experience had said this, no one would have been surprised, but these words came from an inexperienced youngster still in the academy. This was what made it so impressive, but chilling at the same time. His battle tactics showed his detailed understanding of strengths and weaknesses of both martial art cultivators and sorcerers, and he was able to incorporate this knowledge into his plans. His tactics were extremely passive-aggressive. Martial art cultivators were stronger, have better stamina, and were faster than sorcerers. Sorcerers in the awakening plane cannot attack from afar, so all you had to do was wait for them to deplete themselves of power. Yang Xiu did not look well at this point. He stared at Yi Futian and said, the awakening plane leads to overall enhancement. If sorcerers focused on the enhancement of their spiritual powers, then they might not lose to the martial art cultivators in strength, stamina, and speed. You already said to disregard the first couple planes of awakening. Once sorcerers reach the sixth plane, the invincible plane, they would have to focus on learning to control their elemental spiritual powers as well as other spiritual powers between heaven and earth. They would have to focus on training in sorcery, as the amount of energy they can exert for enhancement is very limited. Martial art cultivators, on the other hand, don't have this problem. Your ideal situation right now is edging closer to cultivation in both arts, Yi Futian slowly explained, even though the cultivators in the two groups do not have that much of a difference in the awakening plane, the comparison is still there. Naturally, it would be most beneficial to cultivate in both martial and divination arts. That's enough, the elder spoke once again. As for the reason behind why it would be possible for martial art cultivators to win at higher levels, we'll leave that for you to think about yourself. Remember, understanding yourself and others is the key to victory. The strong are strong, regardless of which art they cultivate. Yang Xiu, if we placed you against Yi Futian in a fight under fair circumstances, you would be fated to lose. Since the start of Qingzhou Academy, the spring and fall quarter examinations always included a written test. These youngsters have had no actual battle experience, so the most important thing to do is to engrave basic knowledge into their brains. Fated to lose. Yang Xiu was now in a somber mood. He then lifted his head toward the elder and said, I acknowledge my defeat. The elder looked at Yang Xiu and knew he had yet to accept this reality. It was not easy to change the mind of a youth. The fall quarter written examinations will end here for today, the most important portion of the test will continue tomorrow, announced the elder. Students began to stand one by one, wanting to go up to the stage and greet the VIP guests. This was the end of this quarter's written exams, however, so students had yet to settle into their feelings. Countless pairs of eyes fell on Yi Futian. For the past 3 years, he had been ridiculed numerous times for being a legendary loser, but now he had thoroughly shocked everyone. Who would believe that he could be ranked first on his first written test? Yang Xiu turned to face Yi Futian. He said coldly, I take back what I said to you before. I guess you have learned a lot in the 3 years you wasted. But even if that's the case, everything written on paper is useless. There is no use in having all of this knowledge if you are physically incapable. With no powers, it would be as easy as stepping on an ant to defeat you. Are you trying to make yourself feel better after all that embarrassment? How disgraceful. Do you want me to step on you like an ant? Yuxing stood up, his large physique shadowing over Yang Xiu. His aura was enough to suffocate the latter. In the blink of an eye, Yang Xiu's expression looked even worse than before. Of course, he had heard of Yuxing. This psycho knocked out all the teeth of a senior brother 2 years ago just because the brother had insulted Yi Futian. After punching out his teeth, Yuxing picked him up by the collar and tossed him outside the academy gates. Since then, no one has dared to insult Yi Futian in his presence. Even though many people had forgotten about this incident in the passing years, Yang Xiu remembered. He cowered in front of Yuxing. Scram! The thunderous shout from Yuxing scared Yang Xiu to no end. He quickly looked at Yi Futian and said, see you tomorrow. Before leaving, he did not forget to take a look at Hua Jieyu, who remained seated beside Yi Futian during all the drama. He could not believe that he was made to look like such a fool in front of her. His mood worsened at the thought. Yi Futian just smiled, not saying anything. A quick glance at Ling Xiao revealed that he was also looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian could not help but to give a sarcastic smile, thinking of all the things Ling Xiao had previously said to him. Just one smile was enough for Ling Xiao to know that Yi Futian was taunting him. Ling Xiao's fists tightened as he stared at Yi Futian. 3 years, you're pretty good at hiding secrets. Even though you haven't developed at all, you gained quite a lot of book smarts. This doesn't change a thing though. Even if you got first today, you're going to drop back down to your loser status tomorrow. You might still have a chance of being expelled. Can you imagine how interesting that would be? Idiot. One word from Yi Futian was enough to wipe the smirk of Ling Zhao's face. He was reminded of the last time Yi Futian had insulted him in the classroom. That bastard. Yi Futian looked around him. He was full of pride. He had just ranked first after all. There were already a lot of people who looked at him less harshly than before. There were even some people who could not look him in the eyes. At this time, Hua Jieyu got up slowly from her seat beside him. As she walked towards the exit, Yi Futian watched her. Hua Jieyu took a couple of steps and suddenly turned back with a smile. Nothing could compare to her beauty in that second. I look forward to your performance tomorrow. She smiled brightly. People's gazes froze on her smile, their hearts melting at the sight of it. However, this smile was not for them, but for Yi Futian. Leaving her smile imprinted in everyone's minds, Hua Jieyu turned to leave once again. Yi Futian blinked and quickly realized that people were shooting daggers at him with their eyes. Those who did not dare look in his eyes just a minute ago were now looking at him with pure hatred. Everyone seemed like they were out for blood. After seeing those looks, Yi Futian could imagine what was waiting for him tomorrow. In that split second, Yi Futian finally understood the purpose of Hua Jieyu's smile. He could not help himself and cursed her in his mind. That fox set me up. Chapter 12, Yi Futian was upset. The others were just jealous. Yi Futian was upset. The others were just jealous. Was Hua Jieyu smiling at him? Did they already know each other? It was impossible. How could this legendary loser have gotten the chance to know the real legend of the academy? It must have been that his performance on the written test had made her a bit curious about him. People tried to justify why Hua Jieyu knew none of them, yet she knew Yi Futian. Yep, that must be true. Yi Futian will fail tomorrow anyway. What happened today is just another part of his daydream. The crowd was dismissed. Yi Futian and Yu Shen walked towards the stands, where Yi Baichuan was waiting for them. When he saw the boys, he laughed. Good job, boy. You really are my blood. Good job. Who was gloating about having an excellent son minutes ago to everyone? Where are those big words now? Feng Ruhai was also laughing. You are impressive, congratulations. Sure, so is Qingxue. She made it to the list of brilliance, Yi Baichuan said. Come here, son, I have to ask you something. Yi Baichuan walked away, his son following him. Yi Baichuan stopped and showed a sly smile to Yi Futian. Tell me, are you being mean to Qingxue because you are going after someone better? Be honest with me. Yi Futian felt so awkward. It seemed that the smile Hua Jieyu had given him had also caused some silly misunderstanding for his father. This is really complicated. Leave me alone, I will deal with it. Yi Futian shrugged his shoulders. Yi Baichuan gazed at his eyes and said, Okay, you take care of this, it's none of my business anymore. Now that you have aced the written test, what about tomorrow? Yi Futian looked serious, and showed a curious face to Yi Baichuan. In our family ancestry, were there any great mandate sorcerers with cultivation specialized in freedom meditation? Of course. I take it you have awakened already? Yi Baichuan immediately realized what had happened. Yes, Yi Futian nodded. Good. Yi Baichuan suddenly slapped his son on the shoulder. He was so excited that his palm made a cracking sound when it hit Yi Futian's head. He retracted his palm when he saw the painful expression on his son's face. What are you doing, Dad? Yi Futian stared at his father. So, if we have great family ancestors, why am I the only one who awakened with that special talent? That's definitely because of my efforts. Yi Baichuan was taking this for granted. Yi Futian frowned. His father must have been even more shameless than he was at his age. I'll tell your godfather the good news. He will be so happy for you, son. Maybe he will come and watch tomorrow by himself, Yi Baichuan said. Yi Futian's eyes suddenly lit up with hope. Ever since he was a child, his godfather had told him that one day he would be awakened, and it had finally happened. He could not wait to see the happiness on his godfather's face. As the two were talking, Feng Ruhai also began to speak with his daughter. He asked, "When did Yi Futian meet Hua Jieyu? Has he been mean to you since then?" Apparently both fathers believed that Yi Futian had betrayed Feng Qingxue for another beautiful girl. Feng Qingxue realized the misunderstanding and shook her head to deny it. "Then what's going on? Tell me the truth." Feng Ruhai wanted to know what was going on. Feng Qingxue hesitated for a second, then slowly told her father the whole story. "That is stupid." Feng Ruhai seemed angry about what she had said. "That's not how you deal with relationships. You have known Futian for years. You guys have been arguing and joking forever. There should be nothing that you cannot just sit down and talk about. How rude of you to let someone step in between that." It was not a rejection of pursuit, it was a farewell. Not to mention that this boy has always loved to joke. There is a clear difference between asking you to cultivate and asking you out on a date. As for Yu Sheng, how could he not be angry enough to be unfriendly to you in public? You even hung out with Murong Qiu after all this happened. Have you ever stopped to think about Futian? How is he supposed to deal with the aftermath of your inappropriateness? Nothing is going on between Murong Qiu and me. We only went hunting together because of his cousin, Murong Qing. I needed some extra help from someone powerful. Feng Qingxue began to defend herself stubbornly. I know he likes to make jokes, but come on Dad, we are both grown-ups. He definitely crossed the line with a joke like that. I believe what Murong Qing said about keeping some distance makes sense. I know that nothing is going on between Murong Qiu and you, but hanging out with another guy after turning down Futian? That is humiliating. Can't you understand that? Feng Ruhai sounded more serious as he stared at his daughter. You have known each other since birth, and your Uncle Yi is my best friend. We respect your choices in handling the relationship between yourselves, but you have embarrassed me. Feng Qingxue tried to be strong and keep herself from crying because she seldom saw her father being strict like this. She felt uncomfortable. She looked at her father and said, I hope what I did is not getting in between you and Uncle Yi. We are both grown-ups, and we will never regret our choices. Come on, girl. Feng Ruhai shook his head. Don't you realize that all you did was mask your feelings? You rejected him in such a terrible way because you think that you are way out of his league. You believe that you are mature enough to make these decisions, but a pure friendship without interest and calculation is the most beautiful thing in this world. You would not regret it if Futian kept being laid back as he has always been, but what about today? He just became the new star of this academy. Please tell me you don't regret your actions even a little bit now. She reluctantly acknowledged to herself that she did regret what she had done, especially after seeing the new Yi Futian, but she remained silent. I have seen Futian grow up over the years. He looks lazy and casual, but deep inside, a tiger is waking up, Feng Ruhai continued. He has been bearing the insults from others for 3 years at this academy. Can you think of anyone else with as much tolerance as he has? He is not just some normal guy that you'd never regret missing, trust me. After his speech, Feng Ruhai shook his head and left, leaving Feng Qingxue dumbfounded. A tiger, waking up inside. Her eyes turned to a figure in the distance. Soon she turned back and went to the dorm. Yi Futian also said goodbye to his father. He looked towards the arena and found that Qin Yi was staring at him from far away. He pointed his forefinger towards the sky and smiled at Qin Yi with a strong sense of confidence. This gesture conveyed a simple message, just wait. Qin Yi eyed him, then walked away. She was also disturbed by what he had done. She had never imagined that this guy could ace the written fall quarter exam. She had a faint feeling that another miracle would happen tomorrow. Suddenly, she realized that she had a weird sense of hope and expectation. The crowd was finally gone, and the arena became quiet. However, tomorrow this place would be even more busy. The fall quarter exam had always been the annual focus of the city. After the lists had been announced, the crowd waiting outside the academy soon heard about what Futian had done. It was absolutely fantastic for someone to win over Hua Jieyu and Yang Xiu on the written test. Those who knew this infamous boy before felt even more thrilled by this miracle. During lunch, the restaurants of Qingzhou were full of customers. Inside a fancy restaurant next to Qingzhou Academy, a group was hatching a plan. Murong Qiu, student of Qingzhou Academy, now sat in a private room. Beside him were the elders of the Murong family. They were led by the current head of this big family, Murong Yunshan, Murong Qiu's father. The fall quarter exam today reminded me of our past, decades ago. Brother, we were both big shots in the academy, do you remember? Murong Yunshan looked at the middle-aged man sitting opposite him, feeling a sense of nostalgia. How could I ever forget that you were the champion and I was in second place for so many years, the middle-aged man laughed. I can't believe you remember. It's been decades. Sometimes I still want to go back to being careless youth, but it's impossible now. I have been glued to mundane business, and the passion I once had is gone. Your life looks way easier than mine, I must say. Murong Yunshan laughed. Are you serious? You are the head of an influential family. Why are you so modest when you have so much power? Me? I just hang around in the academy and teach my students some spells to kill time. That's all. The middle-aged man shook his head. Actually, he did not just hang around. He was Shi Zhong, the director of the Earth Element Hall, which was one of 7 branches in the College of Sorcery. He was one of the academy's true masters. Modest? Murong Yunshan kept laughing. Okay, let me be honest. I do have some business that I need your help with. Shi Zhong got down to business. Just lay it out. I am sure you know the situation of our family. Competition is fierce for the leader position. My son has so many of his own cousins and brothers competing against him that he cannot afford to lose the test tomorrow. He may not have performed well today, but I have to help him prepare better for tomorrow. You know that his talents and power are among the top, he continued. He is already 17, and he is taking the exam after reaching the highest awakening plane, the Unmaker. Rumors and criticism will surround the family if he does not ace the test tomorrow. Shi Zhong did not seem affected by what he said. He knew that Murong Yunshan was making the plea for his son's sake. You know that those who are in this exam have mostly been stuck under the 7th awakening plane. Just make sure Murong Qiu performs well enough in the debate tomorrow to beat the others. If he does, I might have some solid reasoning to persuade the panel to name him the champion. Hua Jieyu is too proud to attend the debate. If she does, she will do so well that she will be the champion and end the rumors anyway. If she does not show up, my son will have his best shot tomorrow. Then it is you who will decide his future. Murong Yunshan then tried to bribe him, saying, if you need anything in the future for cultivation, and I mean anything, just tell me, I'll take care. Of course, your business is my business. Shi Zhong definitely understood what was going on. After Qiu enters your hall, he's going to need a lot of help from my brother. Cheers. To our friendship. Murong Yunshan took his cup and drank. A conspiracy was forming harmoniously inside this room. Chapter 13, Qingzhou Academy was home to the largest library collection in all of Qingzhou. Qingzhou Academy was home to the largest library collection in all of Qingzhou. After the written exam, Futian returned to his dorm to cultivate. Sometime in the afternoon, he arrived at the academy library alone. He only had access to the first floor of the library. On this floor were books and scrolls containing the most basic of martial art exercises, battle strategies, and simple divination spells. These books were perfect for outer sect disciples in the awakening plane. The second floor of the library was only accessible to official disciples and outer sect disciples who ranked during the spring or fall quarter examinations. It was every sorcerer's dream to be able to view all these powerful spell books. Feng Qingxue was one of those dreamers, and therefore it was her goal to be ranked at the fall exam. However, the second level of the library was not the reason why Yi Futian was here today. He had begun properly cultivating. Aside from the freedom meditation, he had not done any martial art exercises, nor had he practiced any spells. Tomorrow's exam might require him to participate in a battle. If he showed up tomorrow with mediocre fighting skills, it would be a huge embarrassment. He could not let that happen. After all, he had ranked first on the written exam. Many people were waiting for him to make a fool out of himself. The library was split in half, with a martial arts section and a divination arts section. Yi Futian made his way toward the martial arts section. The sixth level of awakening was a point of division. Before the invincible plane, martial and divination art cultivators had essentially trained in the same way. The difference was that one used worldly essence to enhance the body in order to break through the different planes, and the other used elemental spiritual qi. The planes were all the same until the division of the invincible plane. When martial art cultivators were able to understand the artistic conception of the exercises, they could break into the mystery plane. Sorcerers, however, had to seek out hidden elemental spiritual qi using their abilities to perceive these energies. They had to create harmony between these new energies and the spiritual qi they had previously collected in the collection plane. Then, and only then, were sorcerers able to break past the invincible plane. Therefore, Qingzhou Academy had a requirement to become an official disciple. If you could make it into the mystery plane before your 18th birthday, you had the advantage of joining the school of your choice. Or if you were like Yu Sheng, capable of cultivating in both martial and divination arts, you could pursue both. Even though there weren't many people in the library, there was still a fair amount of attention on Yi Futian. His results from the written exam put him in the spotlight, but in conjunction with the smile he got from Hua Jieyu, the amount of attention this ex-loser got was through the roof. Rumor had it that he was stuck on the collection plane, so why was he here picking out books on martial arts exercises? Everyone was asking themselves this question as they observed Yi Futian quietly. They watched him as he wandered around the library, stopping here and there. It looked like he was trying to find some suitable cultivation exercises for himself. A while later, Yi Futian stopped again. He flipped through the book in his hands with great concentration. The release of the dragon power, studied by warriors, it was an exercise of immense power. The body of the cultivator became like that of a dragon, uncontrollably powerful and fierce. The exercise may be harsh, but also powerful. Yi Futian was satisfied with what he had found. This is it. He closed the book and was ready to leave. You're going to cultivate the release of the dragon power? An observer asked with a face ridden with curiosity. Is there a problem with that? Yi Futian asked, chuckling. No problem, it's perfect for you, said the observer, trying to hide their laughter. Yi Futian could not be bothered. He turned to leave, and a round of laughter and gossip ensued behind him. Did he come to the library just to put on a show for us? People questioned his true intentions for coming to the library. What do you know? The release of the dragon power is so domineering, fit for someone who ranked number 1 on the written test. Oh, how could I forget, that's Yi Futian, said another person. That's right. First place really is different from the rest of us. The mocking comments and laughter came from behind Yi Futian. The release of the dragon power was very well known amongst the outer sect disciples. Indeed, it was a powerful exercise, but it required the cultivator to mimic the movements of a dragon. How could that be possible? There had been people who tried, but none that had succeeded. Since Yi Futian came all the way to the library just to take out the release of the dragon power, it was only right to have a little fun. Yi Futian did not care about what they said. He headed for the divination arts section of the library when he saw two figures headed in his direction, causing him to stop in his tracks. After being scolded by her father, Feng Qingxue was in a sour mood. So, she decided to look around in the library to get her mind off of it. Plus, after the fall quarter hunting practice, she had officially stepped into the 6th level of awakening, the invincible plane. She was finally ready to cultivate the divination arts properly, so it would be perfect for her to find something useful at the library. Feng Qingxue had not even thought about the possibility of running into Yi Futian here. Her beautiful eyes shone bright, no longer avoiding Yi Futian. She looked right at him and said, "Are you here to pick out some exercise books?" "Yeah," Yi Futian smiled and nodded lightly. Feng Qingxue did not know what to say. The atmosphere had become awkward. "Feng Qingxue, didn't you want to go look at the spell books?" Beside her, Murong Qing pulled Feng Qingxue into the divination arts section after glancing at Yi Futian. Yi Futian walked in that direction as well. Seeing him in the same section of the library, Murong Qing furrowed her brows and whispered, "Feng Qingxue, I don't think he's given up on you." Feng Qingxue froze. She then snuck a peek at Yi Futian, only to see him browsing through book labels. What a fake. Murong Qing could not help but call him out when she saw what Yi Futian was looking at. Even though he ranked first, it was just a written exam. What did he know about actual cultivation? Even if he did cultivate, he should be in the martial arts section. Maybe he just wants to get an understanding of the divination arts. Feng Qingxue lowered her voice. Yi Futian's performance on the fall quarter written examinations had truly left an impression on her. To rank first on the written exam required a deep knowledge and understanding of every class in both arts. Martial divination. Murong Qing saw the book in Yi Futian's hands. Her sarcastic smile widened and unrelentingly opened her mouth. "If you're going to be a poser, can you try a little harder? You're not fooling anyone holding that baby book." Everyone around heard her words and looked at Yi Futian. Most of them began to laugh when they realized what she said was true. He was, indeed, holding a book which contained the most basic of spells. Martial divination were spells that you would only use to trick children. Yi Futian closed the book and put it under his arms with the release of the dragon power. He then turned to look at Murong Qing quizzically. "Do I even know you?" Yi Futian asked and walked away, not taking a second look at Murong Qing. "You." Murong Qing pointed her finger at Yi Futian's back, not knowing what to say, then she finally mustered, "Seems like you got quite cocky after ranking first on the written test. You even have the nerve to come to the library and try to look good in front of us while holding a book like martial divination. Forget the fact that you're a complete loser. Even if you were a proper cultivator, a martial art cultivator like you would never be good enough for Feng Qingxue." Feng Qingxue was a sorcerer, as was Murong Qing. Sorcerers all think that they are better than martial art cultivators. After all, in some sense, all sorcerers had the innate ability to cultivate in martial arts. All they had to do was cultivate elemental spiritual qi as they would worldly essence, but other than those who were truly gifted in cultivating both arts, no sorcerers would waste their time on martial art development. Yi Futian did not want to be bothered with what she said, but nothing could stop Murong Qing as she went on. "Besides, you'll be back to where you started after tomorrow. First rank? What a joke. Once a loser, always a loser. I can't wait to see how you'll make a fool out of yourself tomorrow." Yi Futian took his 2 books to be registered then left the library. Inside the library was overtaken by a wave of gossip. People mostly whispered about the 2 books he had taken out, the release of the dragon power and martial divination. How ridiculous was that? Feng Qingxue quietly listened on. She had nothing to say. Even though Yi Futian had smiled at her, she still felt an invisible line separating them. He did as she asked and kept his distance from her, but Feng Qingxue did not know why there was discomfort in her heart. The release of the dragon power and martial divination, Yu Sheng was surprised upon seeing the 2 books. He looked at Yi Futian. "Are you cultivating in both arts and starting with martial arts?" Yeah, mandate sorcerers are called sorcerers because we're innately gifted with the elements. However, mandate sorcerers are also extremely suited for the cultivation of the martial arts. Naturally, I can't put heaven's gift to waste. Yi Futian nodded and continued, as for my reason for starting in the martial arts, that's because at my level the sorcery I can cultivate is still not powerful enough. It's all the basics. I can't unleash my full potential as a sorcerer yet. Then what about martial divination? Yu Sheng was very curious. It's better to be prepared for everything. Yi Futian gave him a mysterious smile. Besides, cultivation of martial divination is super easy, it won't take up much of my time. Yu Sheng nodded his head, not having any more questions. Yi Futian spoke again, that fox probably has no interest in the debate as usual and will not participate. If she doesn't, then I will try to get ranked first in the fall quarter examinations overall. Okay. Yu Sheng nodded. If this was what Yi Futian wanted, then this was what he was going to do. He had already gotten on the list of brilliance. If he was able to stand out above everyone tomorrow, then he could definitely get first place for the entire exam. I'm going to cultivate, said Yi Futian. He then made his way to the designated cultivation area and flipped through the release of the dragon power. Looking at the words and diagrams in the book, he closed his eyes. Seconds later, a rumbling noise began. He was surrounded by flashes of lightning, which intensified by the second. The fearful lightning roamed across his body. Yi Futian observed the dragon in his mind as it roared and danced. Its aura was powerful. In his body, the thunder and lightning spiritual chi slowly shaped itself until it was in the form of a dragon. It looked just like the dragon in his life palace, incredibly realistic. Others who had tried to cultivate the release of the dragon power failed to replicate the form of a dragon, but to Yi Futian, this was no problem at all. Using the exercises from the book, the dragon formed by the thunder and lightning charged recklessly throughout his body. It passed through his nerves, organs, limbs, and bones. It was everywhere. Instantly, Yi Futian's face turned bright red, then white. It seemed like he was in great pain. A groan slipped out every now and then. The release of the dragon power was immensely powerful and took a huge toll on one's body. It was all to create the image of a dragon within one's self, allowing your own body to become like that of a dragon. This one session went from day to night. When the sun rose the next day, a figure was dancing in the yard of the dorm. It was Yi Futian. He was still cultivating the tactics in the release of the dragon power, his movements big and powerful. His surroundings were brightened with a curtain of light. Circling his body was a faintly formed dragon, at times it almost looked like a real dragon. A loud roar sounded with a single punch from Yi Futian. It sounded like a dragon had broken free. Another loud noise sounded from a distance away, a wall had collapsed. Someone ran onto the scene. It was Yu Sheng. Upon witnessing the crime scene, his eyes fell on Yi Futian. You've achieved the artistic conception of martial arts. You're in the mystery plane of martial art cultivation, stated Yu Sheng. The seventh plane of awakening. Yi Futian smiled. Looks like we'll have to get someone to fix that wall. Tell them you broke it while cultivating. You're throwing me under the bus. Yu Sheng stared at him in disbelief. Of course. Yi Futian laughed and headed back to his room. He was dripping with sweat and needed to shower in preparation for the beginning of today's fall quarter examinations. Chapter 14. The morning sun shined on Qingzhou Academy, giving the historic academy a golden glow. Outside the academy, a crowd began forming again. There were even more people today than there had been yesterday. The morning sun shined on Qingzhou Academy, giving the historic academy a golden glow. Outside the academy, a crowd began forming again. There were even more people today than there had been yesterday. The fall quarter examination was separated into two sections, one day for the written test, and the next day for the debate. The written test examined the students' knowledge learned over the past year, while the debate tested their talents and planes. There would also be combat to evaluate their cultivation status. Although knowledge was essential for cultivators, power would be the primary texting criteria. Therefore, people considered the debate more crucial than the written test. Boom, boom. The ground outside the academy suddenly began to shake as a group of knights began approaching. Look! The Dark Qilin knighthood. The news quickly made itself through the crowd when everyone saw the knights. The knights were all riding on monsters, Dark Qilins. The monsters' bodies were completely dark, which gave them a very ominous vibe. Rumor had it that the Dark Qilins carried blood from the ancient Qilin, the true lord of the monsters in this world. It's General Qin Shui. When people saw the middle-aged general of the knights, they voluntarily cleared the way for the riders with ultimate respect to these knights. The knights were the guardians of the city. People in Qingzhou respected the knighthood even more than the lord of the city. Did General Qin Shui come here to see his daughter? People asked each other. The fact that General Qin Shui's daughter was an academy student was not a secret. No, he is here to check out the future talents of this city, someone said. Others nodded agreement. The young students in the academy would become the pillars of the city in the future, and some would even join the knighthood. General Qin Shui had actually once been a student here. After drawing the attention from the crowd outside, the knights entered the academy. Soon, another group of people arrived with a well-decorated coach in the middle. The lord of the city is coming. Every year, the lord of the city would attend the fall quarter exam in an effort to show how much he valued the school. This year was no exception. Looks like today more than half of the big chiefs in the city are coming. Yep. Today, some of the students will be noticed by them, people outside said to one another. Meanwhile, inside the arena, the stands were packed to capacity. There wasn't a single empty seat. Most of the students were here, but many of them could only watch the debate. It was a strict rule at the academy that only those who had qualified on the written test could join the debate. It was designed to signify the importance of knowledge. In the stands, Yi Futian found his father. He looked around and asked, "My godfather didn't come?" Yi Baichuan shook his head. "He isn't here, but he had some words for you." "What are they?" "The first thing is that you have to stay calm under any possible circumstance. The second is not to show all your power until you are cornered into desperation," Yi Baichuan told him plainly. "Okay, got it." Yi Futian nodded attentively, then looked at Yu Sheng, who was standing next to him. "Did Godfather have any words for Yu Sheng?" Yi Baichuan smiled at Yu Sheng and said, "After you become an official in the academy, you do not have to be stuck here and study all the time. We welcome you to come home often." "Sure." Yi Futian nodded again, but he seemed a bit disappointed for a second. "Let's go, boys. It's your time to shine today." Yi Baichuan laughed and let them go. They left together for the arena. Seeing them leave, Yi Baichuan felt happy that they had finally grown up. Feng Ruhai was also talking with his daughter. "You made it to the list of brilliance on the written test, and you have the second highest level of perception over fire element power. Besides, you are already in the sixth awakening plane, the invincible. Don't be nervous, just fight for yourself." "Okay, Dad." She nodded slightly and looked at Yi Futian from far away. As she started walking, she suddenly got a small feeling that Yi Futian was very different than he had always been. She thought some miracle would happen to him today. The Murong family members were also sitting together. Murong Yunshan looked at the host of the debate and told Murong Qiu, "Few people in this debate have reached the Unmaker plane. If Hua Jieyu does not participate, you have to do your best and beat everyone else. Do you understand?" "Yes, Father," he nodded. He was confident that he would win. There were two hosts for this debate, Ling Qingfeng, the director of the Hall of Swords at the College of Martial Arts, and Shi Zhong, the director of the Hall of Earth Element at the College of Sorcery. They walked to the center and glanced around the crowd. Suddenly, Shi Zhong said, "Those who qualified in the written test will take part in the debate today. I believe you guys know the rules clearly enough. Now, all participants, please enter." The students began to enter the arena from various directions. When Hua Jieyu showed up, she automatically drew the attention of the majority of the crowd. She was so gorgeous and talented at the same time. Unfortunately, she always refused to fight in the fall quarter exam. She only took the test on her talent and level, but never joined the combat. She had aced 3 straight years of written tests until her first failure yesterday, and she still refused to join the debate? I guess she just believed she was too good to be challenged by the others. An incredible honor like the champion of the fall quarter exam seemed to draw little interest from her. What arrogance! Then many started to look at Yi Futian. Those who were not official students were expecting him to fail this time, believing he had no way of escaping. Among those people, of course, were Ling Xiao and Yang Xiu. They both looked forward to his failure. Feng Qingxue was standing next to Murong Qing. They also noticed Yi Futian, which made Murong Qing sneer at him. Yesterday he was the champion with all the glory, but today he will be the failure again. How hilarious would it be if he got expelled from the academy for being stuck in a low plane even after acing the written test? Most people were thinking the same thing Murong Qing was. They believed that even though Yi Futian had aced the written test, he was still useless because he had been stuck in the collection plane for 3 years. For a cultivator, their plane was almost everything. Feng Qingxue remembered seeing Yi Futian at the library yesterday and how she had felt something strange about him. However, she pushed the thought out of her mind. "Yi Futian, a little bird told me that you went to the library yesterday and checked out 2 books. One for martial arts, The Release of the Dragon Power, and another one for sorcery, Grand Meteor." Ling Xiao said as he walked towards Yi Futian, laughing. In fact, the news of Yi Futian checking out these books had already spread around the academy. "That's our champion of the written test. His taste is so distinguished." Some began to laugh with Ling Xiao. Students in both the College of Martial Arts and the College of Sorcery all sneered when they heard the names of these books. It would be impossible for Yi Futian to learn such profound material. What a fool! I would like to experience the power of these 2 books, but I'm afraid you will have to quit before you use them. Ling Xiao was cold because Yi Futian had aced the written test and humiliated him yesterday, but today, Yi Futian would be the one being humiliated. Most of them were looking forward to Yi Futian quitting. How humiliating would it be for the champion of the written test to abandon the debate session, but what if he did not quit? It didn't matter regardless, as he would be defeated and expelled from the academy anyway. This meant that no matter what, this guy who had stolen the thunder yesterday was definitely going to be put to shame today. This ironic contrast would be inevitable. "Yi Futian," someone called him with a cold tone. People looked towards the voice, finding that it was Yang Xiu. Yang Xiu was also ashamed of what had happened yesterday. He was writhing in anger, and was ready to tear Yi Futian to pieces at any moment. "Today people are going to know that you are nothing more than a daydreaming talker." Yang Xiu still sounded bitter about what had happened. In fact, many people were looking at Yi Futian with a combination of jealousy and viciousness. Yi Futian knew how complicated his situation was and involuntarily looked towards the fox. Almost all the hatred for him had come from the smile she had given him yesterday. In the past, people had only made jokes about him. Now, he was public enemy number 1, and it felt as if everyone would spit on him if they had the chance. He was the champion of the written test yesterday, Yi Futian. Looks like he has earned all the hatred pointed at him. Some people in the stands were also looking at him with slight smiles. People say that he has been stuck in the collection plane for 3 years. He is talented, but has bad methodology. He skipped the last 3 fall quarter exams, but suddenly aced the written test this year. How strange is that? Yeah, he's good, but he's also in trouble. Other participants are going to kill him. People were still talking about how bad things would go for him. The pressure was pretty high. Right in the middle of the stage, there was a spiritual qi testing matrix inscribed by the masters. It would accurately test the talents of the participants and their perceptions of spiritual qi. The students had already been put through this process before, but because their ability would change with cultivation, it was necessary to retest at the fall quarter exam. A master was standing beside the matrix. He said to the students, "You know the rules. Time for our first challenger." "I'm ready," someone shouted, walking towards the matrix. It was Ling Xiao. He stepped onto the matrix and closed his eyes. Soon, the matrix began to shine brightly with the wind whistling through his body. It was the intense power of wind element flowing all over Ling Xiao. His shirt was drifting with the wind, which gave the audience a sense of his youthfulness and authority. Perception of wind element at the second highest level and sixth awakening plane, the invincible, the master announced, judging his ability. "Who will you challenge?" "Yi Futian." Ling Xiao said, looking directly at Yi Futian. He had only volunteered to be first because he wanted to humiliate Yi Futian. Chapter 15. Not even Ling Xiao himself knew why he hated Yi Futian so much. Maybe it was because Yi Futian did not seem to know just how much of a loser he was. He even had the nerve to tease the goddess lecturer, Qin Yi, in class and bickered daily with Feng Qingxue. These were all things that Ling Xiao would never be able to do. In addition, Yi Futian got to sit next to Hua Jieyu during the written exam. She even turned back to smile at him afterward. Not even Ling Xiao himself knew why he hated Yi Futian so much. Maybe it was because Yi Futian did not seem to know just how much of a loser he was. He even had the nerve to tease the goddess lecturer, Qin Yi, in class and bickered daily with Feng Qingxue. These were all things that Ling Xiao would never be able to do. In addition, Yi Futian got to sit next to Hua Jieyu during the written exam. She even turned back to smile at him afterward. All of these things added to Ling Xiao's hatred of Yi Futian. Just looking at that handsome and confident face of his was enough to start a fire in Ling Xiao's heart. Perhaps this was jealousy. Ling Xiao was jealous that Yi Futian was confident enough to do all these things he never had the guts to do. The good news was that the shameless bastard was about to crawl back down to where he came from and go back to being a loser. He was also going to be expelled from the academy. Everyone watched with heated eyes as Yi Futian walked to the center of the gymnasium. They anticipated what was to come. Ranked first in the written exams? That meant nothing in the world of cultivators. This rascal. Qin Yi was speechless looking at Ling Xiao. He was purposely trying to make things difficult for Yi Futian by calling him out first. Ling Xiao was not going to show him any mercy. She tried to hide her worry for Yi Futian. If Yi Futian was too afraid to accept the challenge and forfeited the exam, then being ranked first on the written exam was useless. "I didn't think anyone was going to make a move for him before I did, but this is good, too. Let's see how he's going to try to keep up his facade," Yang Xiu said coldly. "Watch closely, Feng Qingxue. You'll realize soon that your decision was correct. That disgraceful loser is not worthy of standing beside you," Murong Qing said to Feng Qingxue. Murong Qiu was also looking ahead. He scowled at the sight of Yi Futian, as if he could not have cared less about him. However, it was also because of Yi Futian that Murong Qiu was pushed down from the list of excellence, where he once belonged, onto the list of brilliance. The first round of the debate had already stirred up so much tension, but not because of how strong the competitors were, it was because of how legendary Yi Futian was. Yi Futian walked to the center of the gymnasium step by step, finally stopping in front of Ling Xiao. "Yi Futian, do you accept the challenge?" an elder questioned him. Everyone's eyes were frozen on Yi Futian, awaiting his response. A huge smile spread across his face. Under the sun, his youthful face looked exceptionally appealing. "I accept," he replied. A look of surprise immediately spread across the faces of many in the audience, but it quickly turned into amusement. Had he finally realized that there was no escape? When I was accepted into the academy, my perception ability was tested to be of the highest level, sky. I am also about to participate in the debate. I should not have to go through the matrix inspections, then, right? Yi Futian asked the elder. If he rejected the debate, he would have to go through inspections, and everyone would know what plane he was in, but, if he accepted the challenge, everyone would find out during the battle anyway. That is correct, the elder agreed. Out of the blue, Ling Xiao laughed and said while looking at Yi Futian, "You're about to drop back into reality. How does it feel? After the written exam, I asked you one thing. What are you going to do if the results turn out differently from how you imagined?" Yi Futian said, shaking his head at Ling Xiao. "If you forfeit now, maybe you won't have to experience the shock and humiliation that's to come. Otherwise, with your state of mind, I know you won't be able to withstand it." Everyone was stunned. How could Yi Futian say something so absurd at a moment like this? Has he gone completely insane? How can you still be pretending when everything is about to end for you? Ling Xiao's rage was through the roof. The wind's spiritual qi in his body was bursting at the seams. One foot landed on the floor ahead. His body was moving as fast as the wind as ran toward Yi Futian. Ling Xiao was a wind element sorcerer in the invincible plane. He was in front of Yi Futian in the blink of an eye. He could have easily used the spiritual qi within himself to cast a simple spell on Yi Futian, but he was not worthy enough for Ling Xiao to use sorcery. A simple punch would suffice. "Look out!" shouted Qin Yi from afar. She could not help being nervous after seeing Ling Xiao's attack toward Yi Futian. If Yi Futian was really still in the collection plane, he would not be able to handle this punch. Ling Xiao was too much. Even though almost everyone in the vicinity disliked Yi Futian, they could not help but feel pity for him. He was about to get seriously hurt by this single attack. Murong Qiu, Murong Qing, and Yang Xiu watched without a worry in the world. It was as if they had been waiting for this to happen. There was a loud boom. An unexpected scene unfolded. Ling Xiao halted, his fist did not land on Yi Futian's body. Instead, it was engulfed by Yi Futian's hand. This. Everyone's eyes widened and froze on the scene in the middle of the gymnasium. As Ling Xiao's fist had gotten close, Yi Futian had lifted his hand and stopped the powerful punch like it was nothing. Could a complete loser in the collection plane do that? Qin Yi, Feng Qingxue, Yang Xiu, Murong Qing, and countless others, all focused on Yi Futian. They were all so surprised and rendered speechless. To easily stop Ling Xiao's punch, Yi Futian had to, at the very least, be in the same plane as him. That would mean that Yi Futian was a martial art cultivator in the invincible plane or higher. How is this possible? Ling Xiao looked ahead. The only thing he knew was that his fist had been stopped by a powerful force, making it nearly impossible to advance any further. "I gave you a chance." Yi Futian looked at Ling Xiao. Afterward, a strong intent for battle emitted from his entire being. The artistic conception of martial arts. He's in the seventh plane of awakening, the mystery plane. Everyone watching Yi Futian shuddered at the sight of him. The infamous loser of the academy was actually a martial arts cultivator in the mystery plane. Furthermore, his gift of martial art perception was of the sky level and he also ranked first on yesterday's written exam. He was without a doubt, worthy of being called a genius at the academy. How many people have mocked, laughed at, and insulted this genius in the past? Gosh, this guy really pisses me off. Qin Yi was conflicted. On the one hand, she could not believe he had kept this from her. Thinking about the bet they made in the classroom, her face flushed red with rage. This rascal had always been shameless. What if he came up with an inappropriate request? Was she really going to have to accept it? On the other hand, she felt happy. The boy she had seen at the entrance talent inspections all those years ago was still here, he had not given up on his wonderful gift. However, it was still very puzzling when had he reached this plane. Feng Qingxue was completely dazed by Yi Futian. She suddenly felt a little lost. A loser. She thought back to what her father had said. After hiding his abilities at the academy for 3 years, he had emerged from his shell despite all the negativity he had received. Yi Futian really was special. Standing beside her, Murong-Qing did not look too well. Neither did Yang Xiu. Everyone was completely focused on what was going on. Yi Futian looked at Ling Xiao with the slightest of smiles. What do you think? Yi Futian was repeating Ling Xiao's words back to him. Ling Xiao broke through the shock and instantly retracted his fist, wanting to back away. Fighting close range with a martial arts cultivator really was a poor choice. He had to widen their distance. He still had a chance. Boom! Ling Xiao was not expecting an attack. The powerful force from Yi Futian's kick to the chest caused Ling Xiao to propel backward. He landed on the ground far away, groaning, with blood in his mouth. It looked like he was injured pretty badly. Ling Xiao managed to pull himself up. He was as pale as a ghost. He glared fiercely at Yi Futian. This is what you've always wanted to do to me. How does it feel to get a taste of your own medicine? Yi Futian did not pity him. He had never done anything to Ling Xiao, yet Ling Xiao had always seen him as an enemy. He was constantly looking for ways to insult Yi Futian. Ling Xiao had made it his goal to see Yi Futian be expelled. Plus, the punch he had delivered earlier had showed no mercy for Yi Futian either. Therefore, just as Yi Futian had said, this was simply to give Ling Xiao a taste of his own medicine. I'll get you back for this, said Ling Xiao. He stood and walked toward the crowd looking dejected. Everyone was still focused on Yi Futian. So, yesterday's written exam wasn't just a fluke. Even if you are in the mystery plane, do you have to be that arrogant? Aren't you thinking a little too much of yourself? Asked Yang Xiu. He stared right at Yi Futian and continued, plus, since you're a martial arts cultivator in the mystery plane and I'm a sorcerer in the same plane, this is the perfect chance for us to settle our little dispute from yesterday's written exams. I challenge you to a duel. During yesterday's written exam, Yi Futian and Yang Xiu fought over the power of martial arts and sorcery cultivators in the awakening place. Yi Futian thought that martial arts cultivators had a higher chance of victory in a battle between the two, and even the academy elder agreed. As Yang Xiu brought up, this would be the perfect chance to test out each of their theories. Do you accept? Yang Xiu asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian took a quick look at Yang Xiu. Calmly, he said, you lost to me during the written exam, and you're definitely going to lose to me now. Haven't you been embarrassed enough? Isn't this guy being a bit too cocky? Everyone thought Yi Futian was crazy. How could a martial arts cultivator mock a sorcerer like this? Do you accept? Yang Xiu asked once again. Why don't you guys ever listen to what I have to say? Yi Futian was a little dispirited by this. He then shrugged his shoulders and said, fine. If you want it so bad, I'll have to comply. He really is crazy. Everyone in Qingzhou Academy was speechless at the Yi Futian's carefree attitude. Even if you were a genius, you still couldn't mock a sorcerer in the same plane. Since when had martial arts cultivators become so arrogant in front of sorcerers? This boy is really asking to get beat. Even the special guests and instructors on the stage were speechless. Chapter 16, Yang Xiu slowly walked to the matrix in the center of the stage. All of a sudden, he lit it up. Bright flames with strong fire element power were raging all around him. He was at the highest level of fire element perception, the seventh awakening plane, the mystery. Yang Xiu slowly walked to the matrix in the center of the stage. All of a sudden, he lit it up. Bright flames with strong fire element power were raging all around him. He was at the highest level of fire element perception, the seventh awakening plane, the mystery. It seemed that the surrounding flame aura was binding with Yang Xiu. The spiritual qi wrapped around his body, gradually converging on him. People were thrilled by the scene, as the flames turned into fire serpents. They spat out fire in the direction of Yi Futian. Such strong spell power. People were staring at Yang Xiu. For a powerful mage like he was, it would be easy to absorb the elemental power from the universe and combine this power into spells to attack the enemy. In general, the power of spells was stronger than the techniques of a martial arts cultivator. Come on, prove yourself. You said the martial arts cultivators could prolong the fight to exhaust a mage and win. Now it's time for you to eat your words. I will make you suffer. Yang Xiu's pride was typical of almost all powerful mages. Yesterday on the written exam, I remember a professor told you that you need to respect the powers of others to become powerful yourself. I guess you just never learned that lesson, Yi Futian said, smiling gently at Yang Xiu. What I said yesterday was for general situations. But I do not have to waste my time with you. While speaking, Yi Futian stepped forward to Yang Xiu. He began to be surrounded by the power of martial arts warriors. The power seemed to combine into one form. He's going to clash head-on. People were speechless at what Yi Futian said. This guy was in the mystery plane of martial arts, yet he had directly pounced on a mage who already had powerful spells. He is going to regret this ridiculous confidence, someone sneered. Yang Xiu was also laughing, finding Yi Futian's comments amusing. He pounced on Yi Futian. All the fire snakes converged to create their final form, which appeared to be a giant fire python. This fire python was in such a frenzy that the space around Yang Xiu looked contorted, as the python would engulf everything in its way. Is he insane? Qin Yi realized how terrifying this spell was and looked nervously at Yi Futian. She knew that this spell could be lethal. If that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson today, Yang Xiu said coldly as he began charging faster. Yi Futian also sped up with all the power surrounding his body. They were approaching the middle of the arena like two thunderbolts. Right at that moment, the power around Yi Futian turned purple. Suddenly, this purple power formed into a new shape. It was a dragon. Yi Futian's body was now cracking with the roaring sounds of a dragon. The crowd was stunned at what was happening right in front of them. The two finally reached each other and struck at the same time. Yang Xiu shouted with rage. The fire python charged right at Yi Futian. With a roaring sound, Yi Futian became the incarnation of a dragon. He stretched out his arms and a purple dragon burst out of them, going straight into the fire python. The thunder dragon and fire python crashed. The python could not handle this dragon power. It soon disappeared, but the thunder dragon still charged until it struck Yang Xiu's body. Yang Xiu was knocked backwards by Yi Futian's power. This is a technique of martial arts, release of the dragon power. How could he ever manage to do that? All the students were shocked. They knew Yi Futian had checked out the book yesterday, but they had thought it would mean nothing. They didn't believe that Yi Futian could ever learn the techniques, especially in just one day. Now the joke was on them. Those who had sneered at Yi Futian now felt ashamed. Who had said the release of the dragon power was beyond their abilities? Yi Futian proved to them that just because they couldn't do it, didn't mean no one else could. The release of the dragon power, in just one day. What kind of joke this is? The students still could not accept what was happening. The power of thunder is real. Not only is he a warrior, but he is also dominant in the power of thunder. At this point most official students and professors were staring at Yi Futian. Yi Futian had combined the power of martial arts techniques and the thunder element. He had successfully fused the power of thunder into his moves as a warrior in the mystery plane. Why didn't you believe me? Yi Futian sighed at Yang Xiu, who looked miserable. He stepped into the matrix, looked around the arena, then began to talk, saying, "Have I ever told you that I'm not only in the highest level of martial arts power, but that I'm also in the highest level of thunder element power?" As soon as he stopped talking, the matrix shined with thunder. Thunderbolts surrounded Yi Futian, making him look like Zeus. People were staring at him in shock. To them, Yi Futian had been a symbol of youth and frivolousness. He had been the joke of the school for 3 years. Even though he had kept calm and acted like he was not mistreated, deep down, he had felt upset. Now, in the middle of the stage, he had broken the shackles that had been holding him back for 3 years. Yi Futian was no longer the loser. Now, he was the champion of the written exam, had the highest level of perception in martial arts and thunder element power, and was in the seventh awakening plane, the mystery. Feng Qingxue could not take her eyes off of him. She seemed gloomy. She finally understood that when Yi Futian had asked her to cultivate, he had only been trying to help her. He knew he could help her cultivation. Yi Futian hadn't been trying to hit on her. But how did she respond? She had let Murong Qing get between them, and told him to keep his distance. All of a sudden, the image of Yi Futian leaving and sighing came into her mind. It gave her a feeling of sorrow. She kept asking herself, have I really grown up? Will I ever regret my decision? She had been lying to herself. Maybe she had kept a distance from Yi Futian only because she had thought she was out of his league, just as her father had said, what a punk. Murong Qing looked dismal. She was also staring at Yi Futian, refusing to admit that she was wrong. However, these words sounded harsh to Feng Qingxue. She began to remember all the advice Murong Qing had given her, and now doubted why she had believed her unconditionally in the past. While Yi Futian was still in the matrix, he turned around. His eyes were drawn to a beautiful girl. Hua Jieyu noticed Yi Futian was looking at her. She faintly sensed that something was wrong behind that weird smile Yi Futian was giving her. Hey Fox, I didn't let you down, did I? Yi Futian began to laugh again. His eyes seemed to speak to her. Suddenly, the crowd was silenced again. Fox? What a flirtatious nickname that was. Plus, he had used the phrase, didn't let you down. People began wondering if something was going on between these two, especially when they also remembered that yesterday, after the written exam, Hua Jieyue had sat next to Yi Futian and smiled at him when she had left. She had said, I have some expectations for you tomorrow. Now people were genuinely petrified. They were thinking, come on, it can't be how it seems. Being looked at in that way, Hua Jieyu became speechless, again realizing how shameless Yi Futian was. The way she had spoken to Yi Futian had apparently made him public enemy number one, and now Yi Futian was getting back at her. He was doing it intentionally, of course. How could he stay silent when this girl had tried to set him up? Now almost everyone was looking at Hua Jieyu. They waited to see if she would deny or ignore him. Her eyes glittered. With all the attention on her, she suddenly smiled back at Yi Futian. The smile looked like the most beautiful star on a clear night. Yeah, I'm satisfied, she said. Her voice was soft and gentle. This, combined with her perfect girlish smile, made the students' hearts melt. At that moment, they were falling in love. However, their hearts were bleeding, because that smile was not for them, but for another boy. Hua Jieyu, the legend and goddess of almost all the students, had never been seen speaking or smiling to someone like this. They felt like Yi Futian was doing something unheard of. Yang Xiu and Murong Qiu had both failed to make her behave like that, yet Yi Futian was able to. Looking at what was happening, Feng Qingxue became even more upset. She now knew that even though she was also a 15-year-old beauty of this academy, she had still been overshadowed by Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian was also enamored by the smile Hua Jieyu gave him, as it was too perfect a smile for Yi Futian to keep his heart defiant. He was so overwhelmed and befuddled. Yi Futian, accept my challenge. How dare you do this to my goddess? Accept my challenge. Angry people were yelling at him from all over the place. It gave Yi Futian chills. Only a few of the participants today were in the 8th or 9th plane of awakening, but all of them were eager to kick his ass now. You are a badass. Yi Futian said to himself as he looked at Hua Jieyu, still speechless. However, she kept smiling at him with that unique softness. This smile was making the crowd even angrier. This is the fall quarter exam, be respectful and silent. Yi Futian suddenly yelled at the crowd, turning back around to address them. People were shocked for a moment, then became silent, continuing to stare at him. Okay, now, who wants to challenge me? Yi Futian began asking. I do, and I. Many people rushed to the stage and answered. Yi Futian looked at them, trying to remember their names. Yi Futian began talking again with his hands in his pockets, saying, I have fought twice in a row. It's time to rest. He then turned around and left the arena. What, are you kidding? People began swearing at him. You can run, but you cannot hide, a student in the 8th Awakening plane started to say. Yu Sheng, it's your turn. Take care of them. Yi Futian had made the crowd speechless again. Seriously, how could someone be that shameless? Chapter 17. When Yu Sheng arrived at the center of the gymnasium, the expansive space was once again filled with silence. When Yu Sheng arrived at the center of the gymnasium, the expansive space was once again filled with silence. His fit physique made it easy to forget that he was merely a 15-year-old. He walked into the matrix. Almost immediately, a bright golden light shone over his body. The intent of battle and his powerful aura embraced his entire being. His perception of metal spiritual qi was of the sky level. He was in the 8th plane of awakening, the metamorph plane, for both arts. Come here. Yu Sheng was pointing at the person who had clamored the loudest. They were now shaking, pale-faced, but he somehow still made his way forward. He was gifted. His perception of worldly essence was of the second highest level, earth level. He was also in the metamorph plane, but he had no confidence standing in front of Yu Sheng. Are you ready? Asked Yu Sheng. Yeah, the challenger's voice was shaking. Hearing his response, everyone in the gymnasium became riled up. Yu Sheng took a giant step toward his opponent. Let's go, yelled the opponent. His jaw was clenched tightly, and he was ready to take on Yu Sheng, but his determination disappeared as soon as he saw the ring of golden light around Yu Sheng. It made Yu Sheng look like the god of war. Boom! Everyone saw the challenger sailing through the air after one attack. Yu Sheng did not use any special battle tactics, nor did he use sorcery. He was able to send his opponent flying using the pure force of his body. Next, ordered Yu Sheng. The person at the other end of his pointed finger was another individual who had wanted to challenge Yi Futian. He was no longer interested in battle though. I admit defeat, he said in fear. You are still required to step into the matrix to show everyone your power ranking even if you forfeit, said an elder. They were not impressed by the cowardice of this student, though they were very impressed by Yu Sheng. He was indeed unique. Yi Futian's challengers were not looking too good. Was Yu Sheng really going to fight all of them? If he did, they would have no chance in today's debate portion of the fall quarter examinations. Yi Futian. The challengers were not too happy with him at the moment. They only stood up because they wanted to challenge him, but now Yi Futian has handed them all off to Yu Sheng. They felt scammed. Yi Futian smiled as he watched the events unfold. His attention shifted to Yu Sheng, who was still standing at the center of the gymnasium. He was the true star of this year's fall quarter examinations. Not surprisingly, all of Yi Futian's challengers were picked off by Yu Sheng one by one. None of them stood a chance against him, despite the fact that many of them were in the metamorph plane. There were even some in the 9th plane of awakening, the unmaker plane. All of these people could have been official disciples already. They purposely put it off to impress officials at the fall and spring quarter examinations in hopes that their brilliant performances would make their lives easier as official disciples. Furthermore, rumor had it that the top-performing students from the fall and spring quarter examinations had a chance of being chosen as the disciple of very high-ranked academy officials. It was because of this that many people participated in the exams to test their luck. It was such a pity. All of their hard work only made Yu Sheng look better and shine brighter. He's not human, the people on the observation deck shared with one another. Even General Qin Shui of the Dark Qilin Knighthood saw Yu Sheng in a different light. This boy was naturally strong. His gifts in martial arts and sorcery were both of the sky level. If he became a knight, he would be a force to reckon with on the battlefield. Yu Sheng, that's enough, Yi Futian finally spoke. Yu Sheng returned to his original position beside Yi Futian, and a lot of people let out a sigh of relief. Now, other people finally had a chance to show off their talents. Many students came forth and put their powers on display. However, no matter how interesting the duels got, nothing possessed the same shock factor as Yu Sheng's previous displays of power. Time passed and it was finally time for Murong Qiu to step up. Things were finally going to get interesting. After he stepped up, Murong Qiu challenged numerous high-level cultivators. When he had defeated all the Unmaker Plane students, he moved down to the Metamorph Plane. He was in the spotlight. He even looked over at Yu Sheng but gave up on the thought of fighting him. It seemed that Murong Qiu had no confidence that he would be able to beat Yu Sheng. Yi Futian recognized the determination in his eyes. Of course, Murong Qiu was also aiming for first place. The only way for him to place first would be to get rid of his biggest obstacle, Yu Sheng. He did not do this, though, because he lacked the confidence. Both Yu Sheng and Murong Qiu are on the list of brilliance, and both have had excellent performances in today's exam, but in terms of age, Yu Sheng has the upper hand. First place will most likely go to Yu Sheng, Yi Futian thought to himself as he patiently waited for the exam to be over. The sun was setting in the sky, but everyone in the gymnasium was still just as energetic as they had been at the beginning of the day. Hundreds of students did their very best to showcase their abilities and shine above all. Even though Hua Jieyu was not participating in the exams, she still stepped forth into the matrix to have her power ranking determined. Seeing her beautiful face, the hearts of her admirers began to ache. Please don't really be dating that shameless douche. Finally, the debates had come to an end and everyone waited for the closing statements. Eyes diverted to the front of the gymnasium where the academy's elders sat. When Cabinet Master Leng Qingfeng of the House of Swordsmen and Pavilion Lord Shi Zhong of the Earth Pavilion came to an agreement on the results of today's exams, this year's fall quarter examinations would finally be over. Leng Qingfeng and Shi Zhong were in a serious discussion about the results while someone stood beside them and kept a record of what they were saying. An elder beside Shi Zhong took the recorded list and walked to the front of the stage. He looked at all the hopeful students and explained, as usual, the results from both the written exam and the debate will be taken into consideration and the outcome will be the overall rankings for the entire fall quarter examinations. At the end of the fall exams, there would only be one list, the ranking list. Similar to the written exam, only the top 3 would be informed of their placement on the list. The top 3 garnered great glory and honor. In addition, everyone on the ranking list would have the privilege to access the library's second floor. Everyone waited excitedly for the results. Who were the top 3 going to be? Yi Futian watched the elder with bright eyes. First place belonged to Yu Sheng. In first place, Murong Qiu, announced the elder. Yi Futian's gaze froze. He could not comprehend what had just been said. First place. Murong Qiu. Others were just as shocked, but the shock dissipated quickly. After all, Murong Qiu was in the 9th plane of awakening and his performance was quite outstanding as well. However, they still felt that it was a pity for Yu Sheng. Second place, Yu Sheng, the elder continued with his announcement. Why? Yi Futian interrupted the elder as he prepared to announce third place. Everyone waited for a response, feeling mixed emotions. The elder, as well as other academy elders, scowled in disapproval. Interrupting the result announcements was extremely disrespectful towards the elders. Why is Murong Qiu first and Yu Sheng second? Yi Futian wanted to know. You're getting out of line here, the elder scolded. The results have already been decided and they are this way for a reason. I refuse to accept this, said Yi Futian. Murong Qiu, 17, Earth Elemental Sorcerer, Sky Level, cultivating in the 9th plane of awakening. Yu Sheng, 15, cultivating in both arts, sky level for both. In comparison, Yu Sheng is obviously more outstanding. In the written exam they were both on the list of brilliance and did not receive placement, so I can count that as a tie. However, in today's exam, Yu Sheng defeated cultivators in the 9th plane despite only being in the 8th. No matter how you look at it, Yu Sheng has the upper hand. So, why is Murong Qiu in first place, reasoned Yi Futian. He took a step closer to the elders on stage and bowed down. Please reevaluate their performances and decide on the results carefully. This guy. Qini looked at Yi Futian. Even though she objected the results as well, how could Yi Futian question the decisions made by the cabinet master and the pavilion lord? He was obviously a smart guy, but why was he acting so dumb now? Outer sect disciples standing in the gymnasium were all watching Yi Futian, and began to whisper about him. Murong Qiu's face frosted over as he glared at Yi Futian. The honorable guests sitting on the stage were all speechless as well. They too felt that it was a pity for Yu Sheng, but they would never have thought that a disciple would stand up to question the results. Stop talking. Do you know what you're doing right now? Asked an elder standing by the matrix. He liked Yi Futian, but it was also because of this, that he could not let him continue his outrageous actions. You may do crazy things in your youth, but you should know your limits. Yi Futian knew exactly what he was doing. He also knew that his actions might not change a thing. His actions were not being made logically right now. He only knew that he had to speak up. If he had been in this situation, he would not have cared, but this was Yu Sheng's honor they were talking about. Why should he let Yu Sheng miss out on first place because of the judge's mistake? The rankings for the fall quarter examinations were based on the grades of both days. Just as he had said before, Yu Sheng did not lose to Murong Qiu in any aspect, so why was he ranked below Murong Qiu? There really was not that much of a difference between first and second place, but to Yi Futian, first place could only be Yu Sheng. Why should it be taken away? I know that what I'm doing may be disrespectful, but I really cannot accept these results. He was set on his decision, and he could not have been more serious. Yi Futian could handle being insulted by the world, but he could not and would not sit by and do nothing as they took what rightfully belonged to Yu Sheng away. Yi Futian, Yu Sheng called out to him. His hand was on Yi Futian's shoulder as he shook his head, trying to get Yi Futian to forget about it. Yi Futian looked right back at Yu Sheng and he shook his head as well. Continue announcing the results and cross his name off the list, said Shi Zhong coldly. They had anticipated some disagreements with the final results. However, they also thought that there would not be too much of a problem since Murong Qiu's performance was more than good enough. They never expected that Yi Futian would stand up and question the results in front of everyone. The elder announcing the results nodded. He took a look at the name listed for third place and skipped over it. Third place, Hua Jieyu, he announced. Even though Hua Jieyu had not participated in the debates, she had ranked second in the written exam, possessed outstanding talents, and was in the unmaker plane. No one questioned the decision to give her third place, but everyone had assumed that third place would have gone to the stubborn youth, Yi Futian. I still refuse to accept these results, Yi Futian repeated himself once again, but his words were ignored as the elder went on to announce the next name on the ranking list. Then, for the first time ever, a great disturbance interrupted the announcements of the fall quarter examinations results. Yu Sheng stared at Yi Futian's small frame, clenching his fists tightly. His determined eyes now shone red. Boom! Yu Sheng took a step forward. No one could diminish Yi Futian's pride, not even Qingzhou Academy. Chapter 18, Boom, Boom. The ground beneath the arena was shaking again. It was Yu Sheng who was stepping forward slowly. Boom, boom. The ground beneath the arena was shaking again. It was Yu Sheng who was stepping forward slowly. What is he doing? People were looking at Yu Sheng and wondering whether these two young men were going to defy the authority of the academy. The final decision of the fall quarter exam was being announced, and the decision had been made by two masters who were hall directors. It definitely could not be easily overridden. How insane was it that they were trying to make the masters change their minds? Yu Sheng, get back here. Yi Futian could feel Yu Sheng's anger, and somewhat believed he was going to do something horrible. He tried to yell and stop him, but this time it did not work. The list of excellence was still being announced, but Yu Sheng entered the middle of the arena and interrupted the announcement. Many of the masters looked mad because of the fuss Yi Futian had already made, which had brought shame to the academy. The masters did not hold him responsible only because they thought he was still young, and that it was a mistake. However, Yu Sheng was now right in the middle of the arena, about to make an even bigger one. Yu Sheng, back off, Ling Qingfeng, the cabinet master of the Hall of Swordsmen, commanded him. He had planned to list Yu Sheng as the champion of the debate, but Shi Zhong had insisted that Murong Qiu should get first place. He had given in because he had not wanted to make his working relationship with Shi Zhong awkward over such minor issues. But these two young men were just stubborn. I want to challenge Murong Qiu, Yu Sheng said, staring at Ling Qingfeng. How dare you say that? The fall quarter exam is over. There is no way you can change the results, especially in such a rude manner. You better respect the rules of this academy and back off now, Shi Zhong yelled at Yu Sheng as he stood up. Yu Sheng looked up to the masters of the academy. There was an aura of fury coming from his body that made the air dense. Yi Futian could feel something dangerous coming from the furious body of Yu Sheng and began yelling at him even louder, Yu Sheng, seriously, come back here. His godfather had told him that no matter what happened, no one should ever witness the Yu Sheng's true talent. No! Yu Sheng shrieked horrifyingly. There was now a scary stream of energy around his body. The power formed a dark golden glow that armored Yu Sheng in a suit that almost looked demonic. Some of the masters began to take this seriously. Their gazes sharpened. They were staring right at Yu Sheng and could foresee the looming danger. No, I'm mad. Come back. Yi Futian also sounded truly angry. He was trying to stop the imminent danger by threatening him. Yu Sheng seemed to wake up hearing his voice. His blood-red pupils trembled, and the dark energy around his body was gone. He looked back at Yi Futian. Yu Sheng's father had told him that he should never allow anyone to stomp on Yi Futian's pride. Whenever a violation happened, he was supposed to stand up for Yi Futian with everything he had. Hey, big boy, you know what? Just forget about it, time will show that we are right. The voice of Yi Futian turned gentle and soft. It was Yu Sheng who had been trying to persuade him before, now, he was trying to talk some sense into Yu Sheng. Even though Yu Sheng was still stubborn, he walked away as he was told. This gesture relieved the tension on the faces of the masters. However, the looks on people's faces in reaction to these two had become even weirder. These guys had a complicated relationship. They looked towards the perfect girl, Hua Jieyu, and began to worry about this girl's future. The masters continued announcing the list of excellence. Despite expectations, Yi Futian's name did not get called. Surprisingly, some people began feeling upset about this. Before the debate, lots of people had been expecting Yi Futian to make a fool of himself. It had not been personal until it had come to Hua Jieyu, the goddess of their dreams. But no matter what, Yi Futian's talent was top-notch. He should be at least in the top 3. Of course, it did not mean that they now felt empathy for Yi Futian. The hatred for him flirting with their goddess was still real and intense. Besides, this guy was so shameless. Yi Futian seemed calm about the fact that he had not made it onto the list of excellence. He now felt indifferent about the situation. However, he was doubting whether the masters were acting justly by ranking Yu Sheng as second on the list of excellence. As for most of the big chiefs of this city, they were still racking their brains about the darkness around Yu Sheng. They could not figure out what it was exactly. They had a feeling that in the future, the boy who had performed so flawlessly on this exam would be renowned all over the city. They believed it was worth it to come watch, just for him. This concluded the fall quarter exam. After Ling Qingfeng and Shi Zhong announced the end of the event, they went into the stands to greet General Qin and the lord of the city, who had spent their time supporting the event. The disturbance inside the hearts of the students did not end with the event, however. Murong Qiu had Yi Futian in his sights. He looked calm but his heart was cold. He was listed as the champion of the fall quarter exam, but Yi Futian had questioned the decision in public so outrageously that Murong Qiu felt ashamed. Now people actually believed that he was not as good as Yu Sheng. Even worse, he felt angry about Hua Jieyu's reaction. She had never even talked to him, but she had kept smiling at Yi Futian the entire time. Something evil quickly flashed in his eyes, then he walked towards the stands. Feng Qingxue was also looking at Yi Futian. She seemed hesitant about something. What did he just do? He was defying the authority of the masters in public. Murong Qing said. Feng Qingxue seemed absent from the conversation. She was still looking at Yi Futian. In fact, Yi Futian sensed that he was being watched. He turned his head to look at Feng Qingxue. Feng Qingxue noticed that there was a moment of confusion in his eyes, then he smiled at her, and looked away. There was no grudge in his smile, it was like any regular smile between friends, natural and peaceful. But it made Feng Qingxue feel even worse. In the past, when Yi Futian had smiled at her, there was a feeling of inappropriateness behind the smile, but not this time. She realized that she had finally gotten the distance she had requested. Friendship was something you lost, and lost forever. After turning away, Feng Qingxue was on the verge of tears. She controlled herself and walked toward her dad. People were leaving in groups. In fact, most of them were still paying attention to Hua Jieyu, and were surprised to notice that she left alone instead of with Yi Futian. This gave them some hope. They tried to convince themselves that nothing special was going on between them. Yi Futian. A beauty suddenly showed up in front of Yi Futian and stared at him with anger. How could you act so stubbornly? You had the chance to be listed in the top 3 on the list of excellence and become an official student just like Yu Sheng. You know what? You just ruined that chance. Seeing the fuming beauty before him, Yi Futian smiled teasingly. You still look so beautiful even when you're angry, Miss Qin, did you know that? What, you? Qin Yi was dumbfounded. How could he transform so fast from that brave person who had stood up for Yu Sheng to a shameless playboy? Was this really the same person? You were in the first plane of awakening for so long. How did you do that? Qin Yi asked confusedly. Remember our bet? It motivated me so much that I jumped directly over from that low plane. Yi Futian looked at Qin Yi and said, You do remember your promise, don't you? Qin Yi rolled her eyes. As for the promise. Qin Yi asked, Did I make a promise? Ah. It was Yi Futian's turn to be dumbfounded. Looking at this beauty right in front of him, Yi Futian said with humor, You told me I can do whatever I want as long as I pass the exam. Really? Did I? I don't remember that. Qin Yi was suspicious about this. Then she turned to a student who was in that class and asked, Did I ever make a promise? The person was caught off guard, then looked serious and said, Nope, definitely not. Then he glanced at Yi Futian with a chuckle. This shameless bastard was flirting with Miss Qin now. No, that was not going to happen. You liar. Yi Futian realized he was being set up. He then yelled, Yu Sheng, come here. The student ran away as fast as he could. It had only been a joke. Why was Yi Futian so serious that he would ask Yu Sheng to beat him up? Yi Futian felt wronged. He looked at Qin Yi. Miss Qin, seriously, you can't do this. Qin Yi sounded content and smiled, shameless, of course, that's your style. She was surprised at how fun it was to act shamelessly once in a while. Looks like Miss Qin misunderstood my point. Yi Futian felt bitter. His reckless plan had gone awry. What are you guys talking about? Someone suddenly interrupted. Both of them turned around, and Yi Futian looked respectfully at the newcomer. Greetings, General. Dad? Qin Yi said cutely. It was exactly how you would imagine a 17-year-old young beauty like her to act. Yi Futian was surprised that the serious Miss Qin also had this side to her. Are you bullying him again? Qin Shui patted the head of his daughter and then nodded at Yi Futian. You did well today. Thank you for the compliment, General. Of course Yi Futian knew who he was. Everyone in the city knew. You are Yu Sheng, right? Qin Shui looked away from Yi Futian. Yu Sheng answered with a nod. You are a talented mage, of course, but deep inside you are a natural-born warrior. Do not only focus on becoming a mage and ignore your talent as a warrior. Qin Shui sounded serious. He really appreciated this boy because he was one of the most talented warriors he had ever seen. Years from now, this boy would be just as powerful as he was. Yu Sheng nodded again. He understood this naturally. You are more than welcome to join the Dark Qilin Knighthood. It will be open to you at any time. Qin Shui was making a serious proposal. Yu Sheng was surprised, as was Yi Futian. He was only 15, yet he had been invited by General Qin in person. Sure, Yu Sheng answered. Let's go home. Qin Shui left with Qin Yi. She looked back at Yi Futian and smirked. You've changed. Yi Futian sighed, feeling upset. She had promised him that he could do anything he wanted. Yi Futian walked to the stands. His father was there talking with someone else. It is such a shame that he did not make it onto the list of excellence. I know, he is powerful enough, the person answered. In fact, Yi Baichuan had said this about 100 times already. Can't be compared to how good I was at that age though, Yi Baichuan said. Yi Futian was ashamed. He confronted his father, saying, Come on, Dad, that was totally unfair to me. Isn't it time for you to comfort me instead of blame me? Yi Baichuan felt confused. Does this failure even mean anything to you at all? Yi Futian was speechless. Just go home. I won't see you off. He turned back to the dorm and sighed the entire way about how unlucky he was to have a father like that. Chapter 19, The fall quarter examinations had ended with a little drama. People dispersed, and the gymnasium returned to its usual emptiness. The fall quarter examinations had ended with a little drama. People dispersed, and the gymnasium returned to its usual emptiness. However, everyone was still shaken up. Yi Futian's performance in this year's exam was too eye-catching. He went from an infamous loser to a genius in martial arts and sorcery. Even more, his gift was of sky level for both arts, but what had really made everyone jealous was his strange and mysterious relationship with Hua Jieyu. You could say that the entire fall quarter examinations had gone his way, with the exception of his little argument with the elders about Yu Sheng's final ranking. Besides Yi Futian, Yu Sheng also caught everyone off guard. Nobody knew what a monster he could become. All in all, Murong Qiu, who was in first place, had nothing on these two. The autumn nights brought about a cooling breeze. It seemed like winter was just around the corner. In the following days, Qingzhou Academy buzzed with the newest information. Murong Qiu and Hua Jieyu were becoming official disciples and had caught the attention of high-level personnel at the academy. The same was true for Yu Sheng. It had been said that a couple of the elders from the School of Martial Arts as well as the Metal Pavilion Lord had fought over him. So many outer sect disciples were jealous of this treatment. As expected, the ones who stood out the most during the fall quarter examinations were being sought after by the best of the best. Other than that, many of the other students on the ranking list had begun to visit the second floor of the library. They now had unlimited access to some of the most powerful martial art exercise books and spell books. As for Yi Futian, who had been removed from the ranking list for disrespecting academy elders, he seemed to be in a bit of a slump. Rumor had it that the elders were extremely unhappy with him, and were preparing to punish him. Yu Sheng had stood out during the exams as well, but he was being fought over by the elders. Who would be daring enough to punish him? Besides, all of Yu Sheng's wrongdoings had been attributed to Yi Futian. That guy was really unlucky. However, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had been cultivating for the past few days and paid no attention to the news. Senior sister Qin Yi had another lecture today. Yi Futian was prepared to be a good student, so he arrived in her classroom once again. However, as soon as he stepped into the classroom, he received strange stares from his classmates. Yi Futian really had great timing. The final verdict on his punishment had just been announced, and he had come in right on time. Qin Yi also noticed Yi Futian's arrival and stared at him as well. She felt that Yi Futian had been wronged. "I know I'm good-looking, but you guys don't have to stare," said Yi Futian. His classmates could not help but roll their eyes. They should have known, once a shameless jerk, always a shameless jerk. Qin Yi took a few steps toward Yi Futian and looked upset when she said, "Yi Futian, the academy has decided to temporarily ban you from lectures, but don't worry, I'm going to talk to them. I believe they'll lift the ban soon." When Qin Yi had found out about this news, she was extremely unhappy. Everyone had seen just how gifted Yi Futian was. Even if he had created a little conflict with the elders, why should he be punished like this? Weren't the fall quarter examinations supposed to be 100% fair? To be honest, Qin Yi had yet to tell Yi Futian the whole story. Not only was the academy banning Yi Futian from the class, but he was also going to be placed on probation, where they were going to keep a close eye on him. This meant that Yi Futian still had a chance of being expelled. It was for this reason that everyone stared. Yi Futian had just proven himself not to be a loser but a top-notch genius in the cultivation of both arts. None of that could help him escape the fate of being kicked out of the academy. What a shame. Maybe this was the price you had to pay to be young and stubborn. It still made no sense though. According to his performance at the fall quarter examinations, he should still be considered one of the best in the academy. The look on Yi Futian's face fell and his expression told the world that he felt wronged. "Senior sister," his voice was sunken. He walked up to Qin Yi with his head hung low. She could not bear to see him like this. Qin Yi smiled and tried to comfort him, saying, "Don't worry. Everything's going to be okay." Yi Futian gave a quick hum and nodded his head. He then stepped forward and embraced Qin Yi. What is he doing? Everyone around was frozen in shock. What the hell was this asshole doing? Was he actually hugging her? "Thank you, senior sister," Yi Futian said softly, as if he was filled with gratitude. Qin Yi blinked. Something was not right. Hadn't she only mentioned that he was being banned from class? This guy didn't come to class often anyway, so why was he having such a strong reaction? She abruptly backed away from him, her face flushed red. Qin Yi was no longer feeling any pity for Yi Futian, she was furious. She seemed to have finally realized his intentions and glared at him hard. "Yi Tian. Senior sister, I just remembered I have prior commitments. I have to go now." His words slurred together because of his quick speech. His feet were moving just as fast. You would not have been able to tell that he was upset just a second ago. "Don't let me see you again." Qin Yi yelled at his fleeing figure. Some of the male students stood up, finally breaking free from their frozen state. He, asshole," one of them shouted. Yi Futian had actually embraced their goddess. That shameless asshole. "His punishment is too light, the academy should have just expelled him on the spot," said another student. "Yeah. He should be expelled and never be allowed to step foot on academy grounds ever again." Everyone was fuming. Their goddess had been taken advantage of. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were walking around the campus when Yu Sheng asked, "Did you feel anything?" "What are you saying?" "I just couldn't help myself, senior sister is too good to me," Yi Futian answered. He gave Yusheng a look of disdain for thinking that he had had impure intentions towards Qin Yi. He was not that type of person. Okay, Yusheng nodded, looking like he understood. Yi Futian could only sigh. Even Yusheng had changed. I can't believe the academy is really going to punish me, said Yi Futian. The dispute he had started during the fall quarter examinations was all for naught. Yusheng's first-place title had been wrongfully stolen, and now the academy was going to punish Yi Futian for standing up against them. Yi Futian was pissed. Yusheng furrowed his eyebrows and gave his thoughts. Maybe they're punishing you because the cabinet master and the pavilion lord felt that you damaged their reputations. I don't care anymore. It's not like they can really kick me out, said Yi Futian. Who said they can't? Someone had spoken up from behind them. Yi Futian halted and turned to look at the speaker. His eyebrows lifted in recognition. It was Murong Qiu. He threw Yi Futian a look of mockery and said, "You're not actually naive enough to believe that your gifts will be able to solve all your problems, are you? If it were so, then why is it that Yusheng lost his first-place title?" At the sound of his voice, Yi Futian's eyes shot up. Could it be that Yusheng lost his title to Murong Qiu not because of the judge's bias or misjudgment, but because of a conspiracy? What you're thinking right now is probably correct. Not only that, the academy's punishment for you is because of me as well. Murong Qiu stepped toward Yi Futian and lowered his voice. Are you surprised? Yusheng's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. He was fighting a strong urge to fight. You want to hit me? Do you have the guts to do it? Idiot. Murong Qiu glanced at Yusheng. He was looking down on him. Yi Futian's chilling eyes squinted. I heard that you are childhood friends with Feng Qingxue. She's very beautiful. 15, a tempting age, a budding flower, Murong Qiu continued. Yusheng took a step forward. Yusheng. Yi Futian called out. The ice in his gaze disappeared and then he smiled. Murong Qiu's words were getting even more unbearable now. He only had one goal, to trigger Yi Futian. If Yi Futian and Yusheng actually made a move on him, Murong Qiu might not even defend himself. Then the academy would have one more reason to legitimize their punishment for Yi Futian. Murong Qiu, I'll remember this, said Yi Futian with a smile. He then turned to leave. Let's go, Yusheng. Yusheng glared at Murong Qiu one last time, then walked away to follow behind Yi Futian. Murong Qiu was surprised. He was watching the two of them leave when his demeanor cooled. Weren't they super arrogant during the exams? Why were they acting so cowardly now? Why didn't you let me make a move on him? Yusheng was very angry. And then have me take the blame for it? Asked Yi Futian. After what happened during the fall quarter examinations, Murong Qiu had his sights set on Yi Futian. You can head back without me. I have business to attend to, Yi Futian said out of the blue. Where are you going? Asked Yusheng. The fox's den. Yi Futian turned away and left Yusheng standing there staring at his back. Yusheng muttered under his breath, meeting the parents already? It seemed like they hadn't even known each other for a month, weren't they moving a little too fast? Yusheng could not understand, so he shook his head and began to make his way back home alone. Hua Jieyu's place was in a very nice area within Qingzhou Academy. It was a large private residence, separated from other buildings. Yi Futian was not surprised. That day on Mount Tianyao, even the academy elders had to pay respects to the middle-aged man. It was easy to tell that he must have been highly ranked within the academy. Besides that, Hua Jieyu has always been a person of high status and mystery in Qingzhou Academy. Outside the residence, Yi Futian saw a young man. The young man saw Yi Futian as well and couldn't help but be confused. Yi Futian, senior brother, greeted Yi Futian. He vaguely recalled seeing this young man before. He had been sitting by the elders during the fall quarter examinations. He must have been an official disciple. What are you doing here? Asked the young man. How could Yi Futian have found his way here? I came to look for my master, said Yi Futian. Your master? The young man asked Yi Futian. Who is your master? Not too sure, but he lives here, answered Yi Futian as he pointed to the residence. Senior Hua, the young man asked weakly. Yeah. Yi Futian was a bit embarrassed. He did not even know his master's family name. Then he thought about the master's relationship to Hua Jiayu, and what the young man said seemed to be correct, so he nodded in agreement. The young man thought of Yi Futian and Hua Jiayu's interactions during the fall quarter examinations and immediately understood the situation. He grabbed his chest in pain. Then, he turned and walked away bleakly. The young man also thought of the academy's punishment for Yi Futian. There were even some people who wanted to facilitate his expulsion from the academy. The world sure was a messy place. Who would dare to expel Senior Hua's disciple? The Pavilion, Lord of the Earth Pavilion? Chapter 20, Yi Futian stepped into his professor's home. He heard someone playing a delightfully moving melody on the guqin. There was a unique softness in the sound, which indicated that the player might be a woman. Yi Futian stepped into his professor's home. He heard someone playing a delightfully moving melody on the guqin. There was a unique softness in the sound, which indicated that the player might be a woman. However, Yi Futian was surprised to find that it was Hua Jiayu's father who was playing the guqin in the pavilion. He looked gentle and peaceful with the instrument. Seeing that face, Yi Futian truly understood why his daughter was such a beauty. His master's handsomeness was almost comparable to his own. Yi Futian stepped gently into the pavilion, trying not to make any noise. However, the sound stopped gradually, the musician apparently noticing his approach. The master looked at Yi Futian and smiled. You're here. Greetings, Professor Hua. Yi Futian bowed to him. Come grab a seat, Mr. Hua told him. Yi Futian walked forward and sat down, facing the master. How much do you know about spell scrolls? A spell scroll is a scroll with a certain spell inscribed on it. Only mages that are extremely talented in power perception can manage to do that, hence why they are called scroll inscribers, Yi Futian said. The spirit and chi that a mage is able to release in a fight is limited, and sometimes the mage has to release the power really fast. In that case, the power of his spell is proportional to his plane. However, in a non-battle status, a mage can actually take a lot more time to inscribe more powerful spells on a scroll so that he can release the power instantly during a fight. You are correct. If you are a good enough scroll inscriber, the spell inscribed can be much more powerful than those you can use during a fight. Therefore, the scroll inscribers can sometimes surprise their enemies with spells way beyond their ability range. In fact, people seldom want to fight against a good scroll inscriber, Mr. Hua continued. There are more benefits to being a good scroll inscriber. Inscribers are generally very wealthy because the scrolls of good quality are expensive. In addition, the status of this profession is very high. I know. Yi Futian smiled. This profession is very talent-oriented. Mages with normal ability can never become scroll inscribers. You do, however, have this talent within you. He looked at Yi Futian, stood up, and began exiting. This way. Yi Futian followed him to a small library. Even though it was a tiny space, there were thousands of books stored inside. He pointed to a shelf and told Yi Futian, browse the books on that shelf. They are the introductions to spell scrolls. Sure, Yi Futian nodded without asking any questions. The master was pretty satisfied with this reaction. He left Yi Futian alone to read. He roughly scanned the books, then chose one of them to start reading seriously. He understood that the foundation of a knowledge system was critical, and that no matter how talented he was, the basics were still necessary. In fact, he was well influenced by his godfather, and he thoroughly understood the importance of fundamentals. He was extremely focused on the materials. Unknowingly, dusk had already arrived. Hua Jiayu came in from outside and greeted her dad. The man smiled at her and asked, "How was your performance today?" "I took down 3 level 9 demons," Hua Jieyu smiled back at him. "Nice job." He nodded and told her, "Go prepare some pens and scrolls for scroll inscribing." "Another practice session?" Hua Jieyu was confused. "It's not for you. It's for Futian," he smiled again. Something flashed through her eyes when she heard that name. That guy had come. He was so driven. When Yi Futian came out, he saw Hua Jieyu preparing the desk for him. She was tall and slim, with an elegant aura that could not belong to someone her age. Her mother must also be a pretty woman. What a pity that Yi Futian had never seen her. Yi Futian sneaked towards her and smiled. "What a virtuous woman I'm looking at." Hua Jieyu stiffened. Virtuous? Was he kidding? "This is my house, mind your language." Hua Jieyu looked back and smiled at Yi Futian. The smile was breathtaking, but Yi Futian could not enjoy it anymore. He knew how calculative and cunning this fox could be. "Futian, are you done reading?" The master came out of his room with a book in his hand. "Yep, I'm done," Yi Futian slightly nodded. "Okay, so which plane are you in now for sorcery?" he asked. "The 6th awakening plane, the invincible." "Have you ever practiced any spells?" "No." Yi Futian thought something like the grand meteor was not the answer he was looking for. "That's good for you." The master seemed quite satisfied, which made Yi Futian really curious. Never practicing spells before was a good thing. There are major differences between the inscribed spells and the spells you directly cast during a fight. In fact, a lack of experience makes you better at perceiving these differences, Mr. Hua explained to Yi Futian as he gave him a book. "This will teach you some inscribing methods of basic spells. Let's start with the first one." Yi Futian nodded and took the book. The first spell was Thunder Blast, a spell for a basic level of awakening. It induced a thunderstorm used to attack the opponent. "I'm done," he said as he closed the book. "Now, try to inscribe," the master nodded. Yi Futian picked up the pen, looking really serious about this first try. Suddenly, he was surrounded by the power of thunder flowing from his body to his hand, which finally converged on the end of his pen. At the same time, it looked like the thunder power was being engraved on the scroll. Yi Futian began using the pen slowly and thoughtfully. However, a thunderbolt suddenly cracked, and all the power diffused immediately. "I failed." Yi Futian was kind of disappointed. "It's okay. Keep going, try another one," the master told him. Yi Futian picked up a new scroll, feeling sad. He was wasting something very costly. His second attempt was a failure, as was his third attempt, and so on with his 9th effort. He still could not do it, but every time he made some progress by hanging on for longer period of time. "Jieyu, show him, please," the master asked his daughter. She nodded, and her hands reached out for the pen that Yi Futian was holding. Yi Futian was stunned for a moment, then gave her the pen. Hua Jieyu took a scroll and began inscribing. The power of thunder was all over her body. "Wow, that thunder element talent of hers is amazing." Yi Futian was awed by this. He had seen her incredible metal and wind element talent on Mount Tianyao. This fox was just as multi-talented as he was. She looked focused while she was inscribing, yet somehow still seemed to be at ease. Her entire body was glowing with not only the power, but also her unique beauty from concentrating. She finished the scroll soon, then smiled at Yi Futian. Yi Futian smiled back but felt awkward. "Okay now, take your time," the master told him. He then left the pavilion with his daughter. He was leaving intentionally so Yi Futian could focus. "Sure," Yi Futian answered. He began genuinely focusing on the inscribing. Even though he continued to fail, he did make some progress after every failure. Dusk settled over the academy. Mr. Hua sat on the couch and asked his daughter, "How long did it take for you to make your first scroll?" "A day," she answered. "He will make it soon," even without my instruction, Mr. Hua told her. In fact, he is the most powerful mage I have ever seen in perceiving and controlling spiritual qi in the awakening plane. He is even better than you. Hua Jieyu stared at the boy. Suddenly, a shining thunderbolt burst out, the storm striking the pavilion directly. I made it. Yi Futian was so excited. Hua Jieyu winced. She could not believe that he had made his first success this fast. He used the scroll right after making it. What a waste. Mr. Hua felt a little sad, but he kept smiling at Yi Futian. He had not expected to have someone as talented as Yi Futian in this city. This boy was a mage of all elemental talent, and a natural-born scroll inscriber. This meant that he would be an all-elemental scroll inscriber, which was pretty rare. I made it. Yi Futian ran to the master. He was so excited that he had not only successfully inscribed a spell, but that he had learned it as well. Nice job. You have a lot more to work on. In fact, you need to be able to inscribe all the spells in that book. The master knew why he was so excited. No matter how talented he was still a 15-year-old, an age meant for being simple and naive. Okay, Yi Futian nodded. It's already night. Are you? Hua Jieyu smiled at Yi Futian, implicitly telling their guest that it was time to leave. Ah, time flew by so fast. Yi Futian looked to the sky, then continued, it's too dark and dangerous outside. Do you have a spare room here, Mr. Hua? Is it okay if I stay for tonight? What? Hua Jieyu was caught off guard. Dark and dangerous? What lame excuses. Yi Futian ignored her, looking to his master with expectancy. Okay, then stay. Jieyu, go prepare the guest room for Yi Futian, Mr. Hua smiled. Ah. Hua Jieyu blinked. Why was she being asked to prepare the room for this shameless guy? Yi Futian looked at her with a grin. His gaze was full of anticipation. In his eyes, a fox was making a bed for him. What a dream. Nope, Hua Jieyu refused after she saw the expression on Yi Futian's face. Jieyu, mind your manners, her dad told her. She stood up, feeling wronged, then reluctantly went to the room. I'll go help her, Professor. Yi Futian followed her to the room. Soon, it began to sound like they were bickering. Mr. Hua looked to the sky full of shiny stars and showed a smile of nostalgia. We used to be such a beautiful age. Yi Futian had refused to go back to his dorm after his stay. Hua Jieyu believed that her father had just invited a wolf into their house. Time passed by, and Yi Futian was able to inscribe even more spells. Some of them were actually of the 7th awakening plane. One day, Yi Futian was working alone in the pavilion. All of a sudden, he felt something vague and intriguing going on in his mind. Later, he found that his body had resonated with the spiritual qi of the universe. The power was all over his body, the feeling was so different from the mere act of collecting. Okay, now I am in the 7th awakening plane, the mystery. He smiled. During the inscribing these days, he was making progress on the perception and control of elemental power. In fact, the inscribing was also a form of cultivating. Chapter 21, The cold winds of winter had arrived, the greenery had wilted, and Qingzhou Academy had become rather bleak. The cold winds of winter had arrived, the greenery had wilted, and Qingzhou Academy had become rather bleak. However, Yi Futian was not affected by the cold at all. His days passed by comfortably and carelessly. Other than inscribing scrolls daily, he treated himself to the eye candy that was Hua Jieyu. He had been so happy that Yu Sheng was almost the last thing on his mind. 2 months passed and he had only gone back to their dorm to visit Yu Sheng twice. This had Yu Sheng's imagination running wild as to what Yi Futian could be doing at the Hua residence. The academy's ban on Yi Futian was still in place. When everyone was looking forward to Yi Futian's reaction, he completely vanished from their sights. His disappearance had everyone thinking if he would have come to class if there had not been a ban. Maybe if it was senior sister Qin Yi's lecture. Without any warning, the first snow arrived. The snow was coming down hard, covering everything in a blanket of white overnight. In the morning, Yi Futian stepped out of his room. He looked up at the sky, full of snow flurries, and rubbed his hands together. A hot breath escaped as he smiled. The pavilion up ahead looked lonely, standing alone in the white, while everything around it was completely hidden by the snow. One figure stood out in the midst of it all. She seemed to have lost herself in the beautiful view. The snow was too beautiful. Yi Futian picked up his feet and headed towards her. Another set of footprints appeared in the snow on the ground. Standing next to the young woman, Yi Futian snuck a glance at her, but it seemed she had not taken notice of him. Her eyes were closed as she enjoyed the serenity. Yi Futian closed his eyes as well and continued to stand beside her quietly. The white snow fell non-stop until the both of them were covered in a layer of it. "What are you doing?" Hua Jieyu had opened her eyes and smiled at Yi Futian when she saw that he was mimicking her. Yi Futian opened his eyes and looked at Hua Jieyu tenderly. Smiling, he replied, "Accompanying you until our hairs turn white." Hua Jieyu blinked speechlessly. She then looked at Yi Futian's head, covered in the white snow. Her heart twinged with disappointment. She could never take his words too seriously. "It's already been 2 months, you don't really think this is your home now, do you?" Hua Jieyu teased Yi Futian. "Master is more than just my teacher, he has become like a father to me." "So his home would be like home to me," Yi Futian said. He sounded quite serious. "You two little rascals," a voice said, causing the two to turn their heads. They saw a handsome figure smiling at them, and heard him say, "Flirting so early in the morning, you guys really don't think of me at all." Yi Futian sighed to himself. Master knew him too well. "Father," Hua Jieyu called out, feeling wronged. She stared at her father. "Am I really your child?" He always took Yi Futian's side. What kind of father did that? "Who else, but I could have birthed the most beautiful daughter in all of Qingzhou City," the middle-aged man replied in a joking manner. Hua Jieyu looked at her father. In a mere 2 months, her father's tone and manner of speech had already adopted that of Yi Futian's. This was just. "You really are a master." Yi Futian was impressed. Master was on a completely different level than he was in every aspect. After spending so much time together, Yi Futian had finally found out his master's name, Hua Fenglu. Even his name was impressive. He could not even hope to compete with master. "Yi Futian, over the past days your cultivation in scroll inscribing has become so well developed that you no longer need guidance. As your power level increases, you will naturally be able to inscribe more powerful scrolls," said Hua Fenglu. He eyed Yi Futian unwaveringly. Even though Yi Futian was only in the mystery plane for sorcery cultivation, he was able to inscribe some of the highest level awakening plane scrolls in the short span of 2 months. "It's all thanks to your guidance, master." Yi Futian bowed with gratitude. Hua Fenglu waved his hand in denial. "You are naturally talented. You would have yielded the same results even with a different teacher. However, you must remember, you cannot be overly prideful. The outside world is far more complicated than you can imagine. Your journey has only just begun. You can come to me for help when you have any questions, not just for inscribing, but for anything about cultivation as well. I shall keep master's words at heart." Yi Futian nodded in response. "All right, go on now," said Hua Fenglu. Yi Futian nodded again before dropping down to both knees and gave Hua Fenglu 3 deep bows. His forehead came into contact with the cold ground. "I have been under your guidance for months now and have not yet paid my respects to you properly. Even though I like to joke around, I was serious when I said that you are like a father to me. I will always keep master's words in mind," said Yi Futian. When he was done, Yi Futian stood up slowly and said, "I shall be on my way now." He then turned towards Hua Jieyu for a farewell. By Fox, don't miss me too much. He walked out of the residence before she could reply. That rascal, it's going to take some time to get used to things without him here, Hua Fenglu laughed as he shook his head. Why do you like him so much? Hua Jieyu could not understand her father. She could feel that her father genuinely liked Yi Futian, but why? Was it just because of his gift? Initially, it was because of his gift, but after hearing your stories about him and what happened during the fall quarter examinations, I realized that under his playful demeanor was a pure heart. After receiving 3 years' worth of insults, any normal person would have been resentful, but he remained cheerful and bright, like the sun. Furthermore, he was willing to stand up to the academy just for Yu Xing's placement. It is easy to determine that he is an extremely loyal person, explained Hua Fenglu. After these past 2 months with him, I'm starting to like his personality more and more. So, you would sell out your own daughter? Hua Jieyu rolled her eyes at her father. She said, even if he does have all those good qualities, you can't deny that he's a shameless pervert. Don't you think his little antics are cute? Laughed Hua Fenglu. Hua Jieyu did not know what to say. Her world was in a messy situation. Her respected father had fallen under a certain person's spell. The snow continued to fall until the entirety of Qingzhou Academy was covered in white, adding beauty to this sacred place. However, the students of Qingzhou Academy were not interested in the beautiful sight. Early in the morning, a group of powerful individuals arrived at the academy. When they arrived, all the instructors of Qingzhou Academy prepared for combat, calling upon the most powerful people at the academy. Leaders of the martial arts and sorcery schools readied themselves. The atmosphere across campus was very tense. Many outer sect disciples did not understand the situation, but the older official disciples knew exactly where this group of people had come from, and their purpose for coming. They knew that their prestigious academy was about to fall victim to some serious provocation. All of Qingzhou Academy was a mess. Disciples rushed toward the same direction in a frenzy. Yi Futian witnessed this sight and found it weird, not knowing what had happened. It seemed like something big was about to take place at the academy. Yi Futian. Yi Futian heard someone call his name before he could reach his dorm. Shifting his gaze in the direction of the voice, he saw a beautiful face and a soft smile spread across his own face. Where are you going? Asked Feng Qingxue. Going back to look for Yu Sheng, answered Yi Futian. The academy is gathering all the students, Yu Sheng should also be there, said Feng Qingxue. Something flashed in Yi Futian's eyes as if he had just had a thought. Feng Qingxue pulled at her sleeve. She looked nervous. She asked, why don't we go check it out, together? Yi Futian stared blankly at the beautiful girl in front of him. The snow was falling on her body. She looked a little nervous and unsettled. Sure, Yi Futian nodded with a smile. Okay. Feng Qingxue took the initiative to stand beside him, and the two of them headed towards the crowd. Yi Futian was not joking or teasing her like he had used to, but Feng Qingxue knew that things could never go back to the way they were before. Of course, she would have liked everything to be as it had been in the past. However, she had matured, and understood that things did not always go the way you wanted. Despite knowing what had been lost was gone for good, she still did not want to be complete strangers. I'm sorry, said Feng Qingxue suddenly. Yi Futian stared at her blankly once again. He could see that she was trying to be as courageous as she could. She looked at him and smiled. Yi Futian, I'm sorry. Her eyes were getting red. These days, she had been thinking a lot about what her father had said, and she knew that her actions had hurt his pride. I have forgotten about it already, replied Yi Futian. He understood perfectly why she was apologizing. There's nothing going on between Murong Qiu and I. He came to look for me after the incident, but I ignored him, and I haven't gone near him since. Feng Qingxue tried to explain herself, even though she knew it wouldn't make a difference, but it was best to make some things clear. That's all in the past now, Yi Futian replied. Oh yeah, what's going on at the academy? Feng Qingxue could tell that Yi Futian was trying to change the subject and felt slightly disappointed. She replied to his question anyway. I heard that aces from the city of Haiyan led the people of Haiyan Academy here. The city of Haiyan, muttered Yi Futian as his expression darkened. Haiyan and Qingzhou were both cities of East Sea Island. To Yi Futian, who grew up reading history books, history was something he knew quite a lot about. Before Emperor Yi Qing and Dong Huang the Great united the world 300 years ago, there was an age of separatism led on by the nobility. During this complicated period, it was very common for cultivators to loot resources. At the time, the city of Haiyan was controlled by the Haiyan clan. This clan was very aggressive, and repeatedly invaded the other cities of the East Sea Island for resources. After the world had been united, Emperor Yi Qing and Dong Huang the Great set up new laws, and the world became much more peaceful. However, they still lacked control of the East Sea Island cities. The Haiyan clan became Haiyan Academy, and took complete control of the city. All these years had passed, and they had still not given up on the invasion of Qingzhou city. With this background, Haiyan Academy and Qingzhou Academy were natural enemies. Every couple of years, they would lead a group of their most powerful individuals to provoke Qingzhou Academy, as well as to test the power of its students. Looks like Haiyan City is getting overly ambitious once again, said Yi Futian. The peace in Qingzhou was about to be disrupted. However, this matter did not involve Yi Futian, since the city had its own special protectors, the Dark Qilin Knighthood. But Qingzhou Academy was still in trouble.